Hello, guys and gals, and welcome! Welcome. Gotta work night shift tonight. Sucks. But whatever. We're gonna get some streaming in before I go to night shift, and that's all there is to it. We're gonna play whether we want to or not. Diddly-dee, doddly-doo. Gotta take a poo. And it just rhymed. Alright, it rhymed, okay? It rhymed, and I had to say it because it rhymed. It rhymed. Bink, 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 bink. I'm gonna do some MFing. Some magic finding. Let me get some equipment. Try and beef up my gear. Try and beef up my squipment. My squipment. Squipment. What's up, Eldritch the Poopifier? I heard you like mudkips. I hear you like them mudkips. You got them kips, oh the mud. I hear you like them mudkips. You got them kips, oh the mud. I hear you like them mudkips. That's an old joke. That joke is so old. Makes me feel old just for telling that joke. I may be insane. A long battle bow. Ooh, an amulet. I'll take all those potions, sirs. Every potion you got, yes. In a world made entirely of potions, one man will drink them all, and in the darkness, bind them. I may be mostly insane, guys, so you know it's okay if you make fun of me. If you guys want to join, you're more than welcome to join. This is just a ladder practice run. I'm just having fun being a practice ladder character. The only real thing going on here is that I'm not using my mass wealth of items and equipment and gems and runes to make my character better, because obviously when you start ladder you don't get any of that. So the idea is to struggle like an army of darkness. Sally forth. By the way, I just put out a video on avoidances, if you guys haven't seen that yet. So if you guys have ever been curious about dodge, avoid, and evade, I just put out a video going over all the avoidances and talking about them, in detail, really. And if you guys are interested in that, I do have... how long was it? It was like a... 15-minute video on avoidances. I go over kind of like everything you need to know. I did leave out one thing, unfortunately, which was the kind of a silly thing to leave out. It was basically just what's the term? The order of operations. I did leave out the order of operations. So if you guys are unaware of the order of operations for avoidances and things like that, it basically goes like this. Defense is always first. So number one is defense. Second is your block chance. So you have things like shield block and weapon block. And then after shield and weapon block is your avoidances, your dodge, avoid, and evade. What's up, Jim Daga? I'm playing practice ladder, so I'm trying to farm up a new character Just trying to get myself some little piddly pieces of equipment so when I get into Nightmare I don't get my butt kicked so badly. Or maybe some runes so that I can actually, you know, create a rune word. Maybe a base. I was actually looking for a good 2-socket base as well. I mean, I could just roll into Nightmare and I could just have fun with it. I do feel like my resistances are a little low. Of course, that's with lower resistance up, so don't pay attention to that. You know what? Let me move myself over to the other side of the screen, shall I? Yes. Yes. And I'll minimize myself down just a little bit. Yeah, I haven't found a shale rune yet, unfortunately. Also, I've been grabbing gems and stuff like that to build up for some upgrades, maybe here and there. I have found some pretty interesting items. I've got about 100% magic find so far. So you know, it's really just a slog fest at this point to get upward, onward, and upward. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's pretty much solo self-found. You know, it's like a brand new ladder character, but without all the people to trade with. Ladder practice. The practice of the ladder. I have gotten pretty lucky. I found 2 Nagel rings so far, which was pretty darn lucky. I also found a Millibrega's shield, which pretty early on, which is a good find for some extra magic find. And I also found a nice 27% magic find boots, so I'm rocking a pretty nice little amount of magic find so far. I'm not upset about it. I don't really care about that longsword. Now, this character is not the 2.4 version, obviously. Like, part of me wants to just go on to PTR and just do single player and just do a 2.4 version character, just so I could test out some of the new abilities. But I have no idea what they're going to be changing in the final version. You know, I'm expecting the final version patch notes here soon, and I don't expect like huge swathing changes or anything, but it's obviously not going to be identical to PTR. Like when the patch notes comes out, it's obviously not going to be the identical PTR patch notes. There's going to be modifications. There's bound to be. They fixed this in 2.4, by the way. The unclickable seal, they said they fixed this in the patch notes, by the way. So, if you guys are unaware of how to click the unclickable seal, there's like one particular frame that you can click it by. It's like right over here somewhere. There it is. It's always in that like left-hand corner. They said they fixed it. So, that's a really old bug, by the way, that's been in the game for a really long time. So, it is kind of interesting to see that they fixed that. When you start seeing really old bugs like that get fixed, you know things are on the right track. You know you're on the right track. Because that's good. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, and Nightbot just like spammed up. You're waiting for the druid changes? Yeah, the druid changes are going to be freaking legit. Not only are the druid changes going to open up a whole new wealth of possibilities that was not possible before, but the druid changes, quite honestly, have really kind of breathed some life back into the druid. I kind of feel like we need to talk about the druid changes. Does anybody else want to talk about the druid changes real quick? All I need is one yay. That's it. One yay, and we're talking about the druid changes. But if I don't get at least one yay... if I don't get at least one single yay... rejected.
Not even death can save you from me.
Alright, we'll go do that after I kill Diablo. Give me just a second here. Oh, Diablo, you can kill your fellow man. Oh, Diablo. War sword and some hatchet hands. Not exactly good props. Not exactly. Oh, ethereal hatchet hands. I'm not really good ethereal hatchet hands either. Boobity doobities. Boobity doobity boobities. Alright, let's go take a look at the druid real quick, because I want to talk about the druid changes. We'll come back to this. That's not a big deal. We'll be back. We shall return. We'll be back after these messages. PTR is not up, by the way. You can't actually play PTR anymore. It is down, but you can log in and you can not play online. You kind of have to, like, at the screen here, you kind of have to, like, hit escape, like, really quickly when it pops up and it says that you're going online, and you have to make sure you're hitting OK quickly enough. Come on, come on. There we go. It's kind of, it's a little awkward. Obviously, you can't play online because the online servers are borked at this particular point. They're not on anymore. PTR has been down for a while. Let's take a look at the druid, the druidy dude. Bink. What's up, Bombterlim? Bombterlim. That's an interesting name. I like your little Nyan cat there. Your little Nyan cat with the rainbows coming out of his butthole. All right, so let's talk about Druid and what they changed and what kind of, you know, has kind of just gotten better. All right, so first off, right off the bat, one of the things that they really kind of beefed up was the Ravens. The Ravens got, like, super beefed up. The Ravens also got synergy bonuses, which they never had before. So, Scrappy. Yeah, you can. I have enabled respec online. That's one of the things that I will go over in my 7 commands video. If you guys have never seen my 7 commands video, I'd recommend that you check that out, because I do have enable respec and all that other cool stuff in here that you can figure out. Let me link that in chat real quick. Here's my 7 commands video. If you guys don't know any of those commands, I'd recommend you take a look at the video, because it's some pretty good commands in there. Alright, so one of the things they did, they beefed up Ravens. Ravens got a huge beef up. They also made it so that you can summon all the wolves, all the little animals at one time, which is pretty darn cool. You couldn't do that before. So you can have the wolf. You can have the dire wolf, the bear, and the ravens. And also a creeper of your choice.
Not here. Not here.
Where is my creeper? There we go. A creeper. And you can also have, obviously, a sage. So you can have a pretty nice, sweet little army here. And then on top of the ravens, the 5 ravens, the 5 wolves, the 3 dire wolves, the spirit, the vine, and the bear, you can also have a minion here. You can have a merc to beef them all up, which is certainly very nice. So theoretically, even if you were to put a little bit more here, you could put a stone armor on, and you could have a clay golem, which would be pretty cool. Clay golem is actually a really nice addition to a zoo druid, by the way. But you could have a clay golem, and you could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 minions, basically, which is really, really darn sweet. The zoo druid is going to be a very interesting choice. They've also changed the way that Thorns works. I'm not sure if they've decided on a official form for Thorns yet, but I guess we're going to find out eventually. They keep flip-flopping back and forth on what they're doing with Thorns, whether it's a percentage-based damage or whether it's a flat-based damage, and they kind of like keep going back and forth. I'm not really sure what that's about. And then in the shape-shifting tree, we did get some changes. So Maul got an increase in damage, but most notably was the bear himself. So if you guys are unaware of what they did to the bear got some pretty ridiculous buffs. And I feel like the best way for me to do this would be to read you the patch notes for 2.4, because it's really kind of just the coolest change. Let's see here. Da bear. Bear. Des bear. Burr. Werebear. Werebear now only uses the new attack speed calculation that was originally introduced in PTR. Raised Werebear attack speed cap from 75% to 150%, which means the Werebear got considerably faster. Damage bonus per level has been increased from 8% to 15% per level. Base defense increased from 25% to 40% per level. Defense bonus per level increased from 6% to 10% and cannot be interrupted while performing attacks or skills. Let me read that last one again, okay, because this is freaking amazing. The Werebear can no longer be interrupted when they are performing attacks or skills at all. Which means that when they're using Maul, Fire Claws, Hunger, Shockwave, it doesn't matter what they're using. If they are attacking, that you cannot interrupt them. They've basically turned the Werebear into this tanky, monstrous, unstoppable beast that no matter what you do to it, he's not going to stop moving and he's not going to stop chasing you. So good luck actually stopping the Werebear from doing anything. Killing the Werebear is another thing, but you're not going to be able to stop him from doing anything. Other things that they did. So Cyclone Armor and Hurricane can both be cast while in Werebear and Werewolf form, which is also another buff to the bear, because if the bear can cast Cyclone Armor while he is in that form, that means that the bear can now literally absorb tons and tons of damage defensively, and now can also cast Cyclone Armor, which means he can absorb tons and tons of damage elementally, which means he's going to be a freaking god tank. We also have a buff to Twister, which was a very interesting buff. So they increased the stun length duration of Twister. And this is something that is actually going to be really sweet. So if you notice, the stun length duration of Twister is 0.4 seconds. 0.4 seconds on Twister. So when you upgrade Arctic Blast, if you upgrade it to maximum, the duration of Twister's stun goes to 2 seconds from 0.4. It's a pretty big buff upgrade for Twister, especially considering you can get Twister procs from quite a few items, and that the level of Twister doesn't really matter. There are quite a few items in the game that can give Twister procs that could be used in combination with a build like this. Like, for instance, you could use Carrion Winds, you could use the Rain Armor, you could use the Windhammer Ogre Maul. There are some really nice Twister options to have that 2-second spamming AoE stun, because it's 3 Twisters and they pass through stuff, which means they're going to be stunning multiple targets, and a 2-second stun is actually really freaking sweet. The Armageddon got a buff. I'm not really sure if it's going to be worth it, but there are some interesting builds that you could potentially do with Armageddon. But what they did to Armageddon was really cool. Armageddon. Let's see. So the first thing they did, you might notice right off the bat, is that they removed the requirement for you to go down the hurricane side of the tree. So no longer do you have to go down the entire hurricane side of the tree to get Armageddon. So they freed it of 5 skill points, which is a huge buff all on its own. So if you did actually want to build Armageddon now, you don't actually have to waste 5 points into a tree that you're not going to use. They increased the missile damage by 33%, or sorry, the missile radius by 33% from 3 to 4, which means they have a larger impact area, which means they're more likely to hit targets now than they were before. They also increased the missile drop rate by 30%, so about 3 per second to 4 per second. So there's more missiles that drop, and they have a larger radius, which means in general, Armageddon is going to have a higher DPS just in general, because it's going to be hitting the targets more. If the radius is larger, that means more of the missiles will be hitting a target than they were before, and since there are more missiles dropping, that means that we're also going to have a... honestly, it's probably more than a 30% damage increase across the board, but, I mean, it'll have to be seen. And of course, you could always cast Armageddon while you were in Werewolf and Bear form anyway. They also kind of fixed some of the synergies on Fire Claws. So before, Fire Claws had like way too many synergies. Like way too many synergies. And they kind of brought it down to just 2 synergies. So if you do want to be a Fire Claws Druid now, it's not as bad as it was before. Because before, like, the amount of synergy points that you had to add to get to Fire Claws, and also to beef up Fire Claws was just kind of nuts. Because obviously you have to put 1 point in Bear, you have to put 1 point in Maul, you have to put 1 point in Werewolf, you have to put 1 point in Feral Rage, and then finally you can put 1 point into Fire Claws. That's literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points just to get to Fire Claws. Then on top of that, if you wanted to build Armageddon with Fire Claws, you again had to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of wasted skill points, which is another 10 points. So you were looking at 10 points just to get to Fire Claws before you even started putting any points into anything that really made any sense. So they kind of freed up Fire Claws skill points so that it actually makes sense as a build now, which is pretty cool. It only requires a smaller amount of skill points than it did before, which is pretty cool. Trying to think what else that they changed on Werewolf. Obviously, one of the biggest changes that's been done to Werewolf that I think a lot of people are a little concerned about is the change to the way that Werewolf calculates his IAS. So if you guys are unaware of this, they basically made it so that Werewolf no longer calculates his IAS strictly based off of the weapon, and they found a way to make it correct so that it actually runs off the right. Because they tried it in the beginning of 2.4 and it didn't really work out very well, but they increased the cap on the Werewolf and the Bear forms IAS, and apparently that seems to have fixed it. They increased it from 75% to 150%. So what it means is you can now get increased attack speed from other sources. Like, for instance, Treachery gives 45% IAS. That never really had any effect on your Druid before, but now it does. So it's going to be an interesting new world for the Druids out there. A very interesting new world. A whole new world. Fantastic place I never knew. Fury also got a buff too. I forgot about that. So Fury got an increase of speed between attacks by 40%. So I don't know if you ever noticed, but there was this kind of like this lag between when you would start an attack and when you would begin a new set of attacks. It was a little odd. Like, it was like you would go hoo, 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 and then your Werewolf would just kind of be like in between the 5 hits. So they decreased the amount of time it takes before your Werewolf starts a new rotation of Fury attacks, which is a little bit of a buff to Fury. Let me see if I can get this to trigger. Of course, I don't have any equipment on and no health, so I'm probably going to end up dying. Let me just put points in health. So as you can see, there's more of a seamless transition in between the Fury hits, which is definitely interesting. A little bit of a seamless transition. Ah, the Werewolf Barb. Yes, the Werewolf Barb, Joe. Worry not, for we have the Werewolf Barb. I don't know. I'm excited for a lot of these things. I'm very excited. I just wish it was here already. Like, that's what I want. I wish it was here already. But it's not. It's not. Sad panda. I'm actually waiting for the patch notes. I'm waiting for any bit of information. I'm going to have to keep scouring the internet like every day until they post something. Like making sure I go to their pages and making sure I'm looking at like Pez Radar's Reddit account and making sure it got all the Doojanks in a row. Doojanks. All the Doojanks in a row. Last time Pez Radar made a comment was 12 days ago, so not it's interesting. And there's been no new posts on the Diablo forums either. Can we load Diablo? Why does it never want to actually load when I click the button? Just bring up the game. Load the game. It said, don't tell me what to do. Yeah, I'd like a little bit of finality on the patch notes. I really want the patch notes to gimme, so I can start planning out some stuff. Because we need to know what the final patch notes are. The final patch notes. It's the final patch notes. GGM Larder. There you go. GGM Larder. This is where I keep my snacks, guys. This is where I keep my snacks, keep my snacks, keep my snacks. This is where I keep my snacks early in the morning. Keep my snacks, keep my snacks, keep my snacks. This is where I keep my snacks in the morning. Do 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 do. I'll tell you one thing. The difference between the dodge, avoid, and evade now and the dodge, avoid, and evade at 2.4 is freaking nuts. Like, it is a huge, ridiculous difference between the two and how they function just in general. Right now, I'm playing around with the dodge, avoid, and evade, and I don't want to put points into it because it kind of gets me killed. And in 2.4, I want to stack that jank up to maximum. Hey, some demon hide claws. And a short spear. Aw, they're ethereal. Oh, but they have 22% magic find and 55% gold find. Hell to the freaking yeah. Who cares if they're ethereal? I put them on anyway. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. That's terrible.
Good afternoon.
Well, I can tell you from first-hand experience, a Zoo Druid makes an excellent starter character. Wow, poison dagger charges. The Ring of the Poison Dagger. Okay. Alright. Going right in the garbage. Going right in the garbage. Right in the bin bin. Min in the bin bin. I'll transmute up some gems real quick. Getting your gemmies up like early on can really help you out. I do not have them organized at all. I am a terrible human being. I got 2 flawless amethysts. That should come in handy for doing some upgrades and stuff. I mean, I'm trying not to sort this one because, quite honestly, I'm probably going to be dumping this stash soon. I'm trying not to put a huge amount of effort into it. In ladder, I'll put a huge amount of effort into my stash. You'll see, but not now. I really doubt they're going to do free respecs, Speedyism. I don't see that as a thing. I just can't see that as coming into the game. I don't even see why they would even consider that, to be honest. I mean, it's not like you can't have infinite respecs if you want them. And if you're careful with how you build your character, you honestly don't even need the 3 that they give you. I also feel like, on a fundamental level, enabling infinite respecs would change how the game is played. Because if I can just respec my character at any point, for any reason, it kind of invalidates any reason to choose a particular way to play the game. Like, if I'm, you know, a Hammerdin, for instance, I could build my character as a Holy Firedin, respec to a Zealodin, respec back to a Hammerdin, respec back to a Smiter, respec back to a Holy Firedin. I could just switch back and forth 18,000 times as I'm leveling up to whatever is easiest for the particular zone I'm in. I mean, like, for instance, you have Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, and Holy Shock, right? I could literally just sit there and switch back and forth between Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, and Holy Shock to whatever zone I'm in. If I go to the Crystalline Passage, I could switch off of Holy Freeze to Holy Shock or Holy Fire. If I go to, obviously Chaos Sanctuary, which is full of fire immunes, I could swap over to Holy Freeze or Holy Shock. In fact, like, I could literally, if I come across a monster who's immune to cold and I'm Holy Freeze, I could just go to town, respec to Holy Shock, and then go back down there and kill him. I just don't really see infinite respecs as being something that would ever be added into the game legitimately. It creates too much opportunity for exploitation, in my opinion. A complete lack of permanence. You're talking about a patch respec, like, basically, like, we changed a bunch of things in the game, so here's a free respec because we screwed up your character, kind of a respec. Maybe, but in that case, it would probably just be a token put in your inventory. I don't know. I'm not really sure about that one.
I need a key.
I don't really feel like they've changed so much, though, that would require that. Like, they didn't straight up ruin any characters or anything. Nothing they did in the changes, I feel like, was so grand or vast that that would have really required a character to respec to be useful again. Usually when they do that in, like, World of Warcraft and, like, Lord of the Rings Online and stuff like that, it's because they literally screw over entire builds. Like, to the point where the build is no longer viable because of what they've done to the changes. And so they feel obligated at that point to, like, give you an option to, you know, proceed forward. I mean, can you think of anything in the patch notes that would obligate you to have to respec your character? Because I guess that's probably the question that you'd want to ask. Is there anything that literally would force me to have to respec my character?
I need a key.
I mean, they didn't nerf any existing builds, as far as I know. They didn't change any specific builds so vastly that would cause you to have to put in your points differently. Probably the only build, maybe, thinking off the top of my head, that would be affected by this would be a fire druid, but I can't imagine there were a lot of fire druids out there before the patch. But if you were a fire druid before the patch, you had to put points into the hurricane tree to reach the fire skills. And I could see that as respec worthy, because you're basically talking 5 skill points out of place. And 5 skill points out of place, I think, could be considered enough to give you a free respec. But how do you How many fire druids were there out there before they fixed the fire tree? Fire druids were not really that popular. I'm gonna be honest with you. They were pretty low on the popularity list. The Fireclaw Druid also similarly has a huge change to the way that they respec, or they actually synergize. That one maybe. You know, honestly, it seems to come down to the Druid. I can't think of any of the other classes that would have any reason to need a respec, but the Druid, the Fireclaw Druid and the Fire Elemental Druid, I think, could both use a respec. I mean, maybe the lightning's on, the lightning spear's on. But again, there wasn't very many lightning spears on only. I think I might have had one of the few lightning spears ons in the entire Diablo 2 universe. I mean, even in the case of MMOs, they didn't usually provide you with free tokens. So, I mean, it's kind of difficult for me to think that they're going to provide you with a respec item. In MMOs, how it worked is usually you would log in and find your character had already been reset. So you would just log in to a reset character. And in that case, you know, there's really not a lot that you'd be able to do about it. You would just log into the game and your character would be already reset for you. Which is a little bit different, I think, than just giving you a token or something like that. I'm not really sure they even have the ability to go that route. I don't think they can just reset people's characters for them.
It's locked.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, it used to get annoying. Like, I used to hate it. Like, I know some of you guys are looking at it like, oh, well, you know, that's a good thing. I'd like to get my character reset because I'd like to change my skills. But there were so many times that they would reset my character and I would put my points back in the exact same way, and I would put my stat points back in the exact same way. And there were so many patches where they would provide free resets on every single time they changed some abilities, and I would literally not change the way that I built my character, like, ever. And it got to the point where I was literally just getting annoyed because every single time I logged into the stupid game, my character's abilities were completely reset, and I had to spend, you know, 10, 20 minutes, like, rebuilding my character how I needed him to be rebuilt. And it was not a pleasant experience to every time I logged back in to have my character reset in level. I mean, farming for Sojas is like farming for gold. I mean, it's not. I mean, you can go to the store and you can buy lottery tickets, you know, every single day of your life. There's no guarantee you're going to win. I mean, that's kind of what Soj drops are like. You can farm every single day of your life for Sojas, and you might not get any ever. I mean, I'm not trying to discourage you because eventually you will get some, but the total number of Sojas that I found in this game is 1. And I've been playing for 20 years, so let that sink in, William. I found 1. I've found 1 in 20 years. And granted, I don't play, you know, I didn't play like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week farming one particular boss over and over again, hoping for that particular one drop from that particular one monster who has the highest % chance to drop that one item. But, you know, I've played enough that I should have gotten more than one, and I haven't. So, I don't mean to discourage you from farming Soges, but you probably would be better off farming something else than just hoping a Soge drops. Ow, y'all some rudes. Ooh, a superior spiked shield. 2 sockets, 15% enhanced. I don't have a shale rune though, but that would be a good easy rhyme base, which I could really use a rhyme. I need to find myself a shale rune. That's the goal there. Found so many ith runes. Like my whole life is ith runes at this point. Ithity, ith. You know what? I'm gonna transmute some of these ith runes because I'm tired of seeing them. I am tired of seeing you, ith runes. Well, that's just it, JDN. They drop. Okay? Soges drop. They drop all the time for tons of people across, you know, all of the game. I'm not saying that they're extremely and ridiculously rare to the point that nobody has them. It's just, you know, you particularly finding one is probably not going to happen. Which is why it's often easier just to trade for one or to find somebody who has one online and buy it from them or something. Because, you know, somebody always ends up getting one. It just doesn't usually end up being you. Speedyism over here bragging about his 3 Soges from Andy in Hell. That's the kind of bullcrap that happens with Soges, too. Like, literally nobody will find one their entire life. Like, 0 their entire life, and then somebody will pop in here and be like, well, I found 3 yesterday from my butthole. And they're like, yeah, okay, alright, well, just, you know, go screw off and die. And die. Now, don't get me wrong, back in the day, when Soges were used as a currency and people were duping the ever-loving crap out of them, and there were literally more Soges than there were players in the game, everybody had a Soge back in the day, but who actually found one? Not many people actually found a dang Soge. That was the thing. Are you playing single-player Speedyism? Because you could use those to summon forth some Annihilist charms for yourself. Only takes 1 Soge to summon forth Uber Diablo. Yes, Andariel in Nightmare is technically the best place to farm for Soges. But good luck actually getting one. Watch me end up getting one on stream right now just because I made such a big deal about it. They're like, well, fine, have one then. Have 3. The only one that I ever found came from pre-nerf Pindle. So I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but Pindle skin used to be kind of broken in the Magic Find department. It used to be pretty actually darn broken. And there was actually a time where Pindle could literally drop like every single item in the game, and I used to farm Pindle. This was about the same time as the Pindle bot, by the way. When the Pindle bot was introduced, that was around the same exact time that Pindle was broken Magic Finder. That was where I found my Soge from, was Pindle. I found it from Pindle. totally did not expect it from Pendle either. I was expecting like anything else besides that, and I didn't get it. What's up, Redneck Gaming? Gaming, what's up, man? What's up? I'm terrible. I make random noises all the time. You know what's funny? My when I was at work, this was a long time ago, way before I made a YouTube channel. One of my coworkers turned to me and she goes, you know, you should have your own show. You should just have your the Daniel show. I was like, she's like, because you're just the what you do and like the random things you say is like you should have your own show. You just be the Daniel show, and everybody would come watch the Daniel show, and I'm like, I should have a Daniel. And you know, it's kind of funny because in a way, I guess I kind of do have the Daniel show now, don't I? Even though it's called GGM. Had to think of a cooler name than Daniel Show. Jeez. Daniel is my name, by the way. And that thing had 308 attack rating on it. That was a lot of attack rating. I'm doing alright. I gotta go work night shift tonight, so I'm trying to squeak in a live stream before night shift. Tonight's my my bigger night at work. Although it's not too bad of a changeover. It looks like they're kind of relaxed on the changeover tonight, which is cool. Not mad at that. Not mad at that at all. Man, I never have any stamina on this girl. That's one thing that I do not miss about being a low-level character, is just never having any stamina whatsoever. Kind of wish they'd balance it better. It just seems like, and I know I talked about this the other day, but it just seems like stamina was never balanced right. Like at low levels, you literally can never have enough stamina on your bar, and at high levels, like, it doesn't mean anything to you because you always have way too much stamina. And it just doesn't really seem like they ever really thought out the balancing properties of it correctly. Like, if their intention was to make it like as something that you would have to think about the entire time you played, they should have just I don't know, made it like a static bar instead. Level 34 right now, Redneck Gammon. What's up, my beautiful lady? In the living room? I mean, it should have been just sitting on top of one of the armchairs and the couch. The one in the bedroom, though, is probably up on the that little shelf. All right, love you. That's my beautiful lady. She's an amazing woman, but she can never find a remote control or a TV remote to save her life. She's always like, I can't find the remote. I go in there and find it immediately. It's usually underneath somebody's butt, by the way, which is pretty hilarious. A dog butt, a cat butt, human butt. I don't know why. Always seems to be under a butt. God, I hate the freaking interruption with Hydras. The Hydra evade interruption is just nuts. Like, good luck actually doing anything. Good luck actually living or surviving while someone is shooting 1,000 fireballs at you, or fire bolts at you. It makes it next to impossible to actually even attack, because all you do is sit there and evade. And that's with level 1. I'm so looking forward to the change so that I can actually dodge some frickin' hydras without having to worry about my character interrupting my attacks over and over again. Why am I playing with an Act 1 work, Nicola? Because I found a really awesome Act 1 item. And quite honestly, it kind of makes my playthrough a little bit easier. I was probably going to swap out back to an Act 2 once I got a better item, but I managed to find a rip hook really early on, which I didn't even understand how the hell it dropped so early. But if you've never seen a rip hook before, it's an absolutely amazing low-level merc bow. Has the 30% chance of open wounds, the 30% chance of slow target, 8% lifesteal. It's really fast. It's just a really nice bow in general for a merc. And I found it like super duper early in my little ladder playthrough, so I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna go ahead and use that. Let her be OP with her little rip hook bow. Plus, I kind of want to use an Act 1 merc with the changes that they're doing. I think it's gonna be fun. How do you make an ethereal phase blade? You find an ethereal dimensional blade or an ethereal crystal sword, and you upgrade it to an ethereal phase blade. That's the only legitimate way for you to get an ethereal phase blade. You can't actually find an ethereal phase blade. It doesn't work that way. Come on, Fiona. Come over here so I can get out of this decrepify spam. Slow him down, Fiona. Slow him down. We ain't got time for this. Thank you, sir. If you check out my video, Hungry Greek Mexican, I have a video on the Ginther's Rift Dimensional Blade, ethereal, upgraded into a ethereal phase blade. If you want to take a look, it's an interesting video because it involves the process of taking an ethereal item, upgrading it into a phase blade, and it stays ethereal, believe it or not. Fiona, I need you to get your bow to work. Get him slowed. Thank you. The 30% slow on Rip Hook really kind of just takes down Bale a notch. Definitely makes him a lot easier to handle. He teleports less. Just in general. And he ain't dropped me nothing good. Pretty crappy spear. That bolt is probably pretty crappy too. It's not even ethereal. Well, Bale, you disappoint me again, sir. You disappoint me again.
The ancients...
The ancients themselves will envy your bunghole. I still didn't find a decent two-socket base. I was going to put a stealth in, but... not yet. I'm going to do one more run through normal, and then we're going to move on. If you guys want to join me, you're more than welcome to join me. I'm not going to keep you guys out. The game name is GGM Ladder, and the password is 16. Not getting the perks of dual wielding the same weapons. I'm not really quite sure what you mean. Dual wielding never really provided double the perks. Most of the perks that you get from a sword or something like that generally only apply to that attack. It doesn't apply to both attacks. So like for instance, if you have 10% lifesteal on a sword, it doesn't generally give you 20% lifesteal. It's 10% on one weapon and 10% on the other. There are certain effects with dual wielding that can stack. Like for instance, if you wielded two Azure Wrath phase blades that have the Sanctuary aura on them, the Sanctuary from both phase blades will stack together. But for the most part, most dual wield effects don't stack. They a lot of people don't realize this. They'll put on a weapon that has mana steal on one hand, and then they're wondering why they're not mana stealing on the other hand. It only mana steals when you attack with the right hand, not with the left hand, because the right hand is the one that has mana steal on it. There's a lot of effects like that with dual wielding that don't work across both weapons. Ooh, a rare amulet. I'm pretty sure I'm wearing garbage. All resistances 12. Max damage, attack rating, mana, damage reduced. That's definitely way better than my 30% fire resist. I'll take it. My name is Jimmy Gimme. Oh, my name is Jimmy Gimme, and I take what you got. Oh, my name is Jimmy, Jimmy, gimme, Jimmy, gimme, Jim, Jim. It's a gimme, Jim, Jim. When it comes to dual wielding, there are very nice benefits to having two weapons, but there also are downsides as well. Most notably are, number one, you don't have a shield anymore, so you're losing shield offhand stats. That's an important one. Number two is, you know, some of the effects from your shield, or sorry, your shield slot, are not going to apply to both weapons, and that's just kind of a downside. The other thing is that you know, when you attack with two weapons versus when you attack with one weapon, you know, certain abilities can only be used with two. Like, for instance, double swing, double throw, frenzy. Those all require two weapons. You can't do them without two. So, you know, that's a whole other aspect to dual wielding. Hey, a Diggler Dirk. What do you know? That's the Dirk Diggler. The Diggler's Dirk. Yes, if you guys haven't seen the Dirk Diggler video that I did, you owe it to yourself and to the world to watch my Dirk Diggler video, because it is a meme video that I made for April 1st. It is a meme video, and the music is pretty sweet, actually. So if you guys haven't seen my Dirk Diggler video, the Diggler Dirk, you owe it to yourself, okay? You owe it to yourself to watch the amazingness that is the Dirk Diggler video. I'm going to put 5 points in energy. I'm tired of running out all the time. I can swap it back out later when I get to a higher level. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Alright, get you all your little lightning janks. Wish I had cannot be frozen. I'm gonna go kill Mephisto real quick. Mephisto. I'm gonna go kill Mephisto. I don't even know if I really want a Dirk Diggler. I mean, it's not a terrible item, to be honest with you. It really is not an awful item. Like, if I had to like vote worst item in the game, it definitely wouldn't be Dirk Diggler. It has some interesting uses, that's for sure. It's I mean, it's ITD at a really low level.
It's locked.
Who doesn't like a good ITD weapon? That's what I got to say. I always forget to check right here. Half the time, literally, the door is right here. Okay, it's not this time. Thankfully. What's up, Squanta Claus? We got Squanta Claus, ladies and gentlemen. You better watch out. You better not pout. You better not do anything that makes you run about, because you're gonna get sliced in the eyeball by Squanta Claus.
It's
He
locked.
doesn't like when you're yappy, and he thinks you shouldn't drink soda. And Squanta Claus doesn't have a sleigh or gifts. He just slices you in the face. Uh-huh.
It's locked.
It's a shotgun. Charge strike is literally a shotgun effect. You can do the same thing with you can do the same exact thing with a Sparky Sorceress, by the way. It's actually pretty impressive. You basically just have to shotgun your Sparky Sorceress. Alright, OP Necromancer. Coming in here with your army of the undead. Army of the undead. Hey, a Maiden Spear. A terrible Maiden Spear. It's awful. It's garbage. It's a Garbo Spear. That's what that is. Garbo. Cathin's Mesh of terribleness. Without any of the other pieces, it's just not worth using. And also a terrible breastplate. Just a bunch of terrible stuff. Mephisto, I mean, we had an agreement here. I thought you were going to give me not junk. I thought that was the agreement. Like, I don't kill you forever in unending pain and destruction, and you give me some loot so that, you know, you can have fun somewhere else besides death and pain. I mean, technically it's not one shot, it's a whole bunch of little tiny shots, which is kind of funny. Charge strike is all these little individual bolts, and each one of the little individual bolts will hit pretty hard. You have something for me. What do you have for me, Redneck Gaming? Redneck Gaming. Is it a Dirk Diggler? Is that a Diggler in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? +2 Amazon Dex life, way too high level for me, but it looks cool. I'll hang on to that. I will hang on to that, sir. I mean, I'm only level 35, so it's gonna be quite some time before I could ever put that on. Let's go kill Diablo. I mean, that's what I'm doing right now is a practice run, Speedyism. This is just a practice character for ladder. No outside equipment, you know, brand new character, fresh stash, basically. Simulating ladder type conditions. I mean, essentially solo self-found, right? No, you pick it up. You don't want it, or you want me to give it back? I can give it back. I thought you dropped it on the ground for me, sir. I was picking it up there. Unless you want the Diggler Dirk. Is that what you want? Is that what you want, the Diggler Dirk? Because I will give you a Diggler Dirk, sir. Hand signed. Oh, I picked it up. I got it. It's in my inventory. Well, I can't use it. Like I said, it's way too high level for me, but I'll hang on to it. Ooh, a scimitar. Is that another blood crescent? Dang, I found 2 blood crescents. Look at me swimming in blood crescents. Could put my blood crescent with my other blood crescent. I could make a frickin' blood crescent barbarian at this point. I've got 2 blood crescents. 3 to 9 and 3 to 10. Not one of them is better than the other. Yeah, I've got people from all over the world speedyism. I kind of, I don't really know what to do about that except for just keeping on, keeping on. All over the world. People all over the world. Watch Ginger Gaming Mentor. Dude, I was reading this article about this guy. Can't remember his name. He runs some sort of like organization of altruism or something. I don't know. The article kind of like caught my attention because it basically said he was giving away all his money. He's like the richest person in the world and he's trying to give away all his money or something. I don't know. And so I clicked on the article, and the first thing I read in the article was that literally he was like giving some big speech to a whole bunch of people, and he was literally playing a game while he was giving the speech, and it just made me laugh. Oh, he got knocked back. Sad. Sadness. Your sanctuary knocked the Grand Visor of Chaos off the platform and he didn't drop anything. Super sadness. What's up, Oblivion Knight? Hi. So I was trying to figure out how theoretically a giant team of like ladder goers could work. And I was thinking maybe like swap meets. That's what I was thinking. Like we could have like a day designated for swapping items or something. And we could just spend that day like dropping all the items on the ground for the ladder, for everyone in the ladder team. And everybody could just come in and sort of like drop their items on the ground that they don't need. And we could kind of like go back and forth and figure out exactly, you know, what items we could potentially use and what items we potentially couldn't. That was an Eisenhardt shield, by the way. I just don't have the space for it. It actually might be a halfway decent pickup because I do have the chest piece. I do remember that although Eisenhardt's is pretty bad by itself, like it's a pretty terrible set, I do remember it being halfway decent if used in combination with the other pieces. So I'm going to take a look at that. We may or may not use that as a set piece, but I need to actually look and see what the bonuses are. It might not be good with only the only two pieces. I do remember it falling off pretty heavily though in Nightmare difficulty. So you're gonna take my Diggler. Oh, Redneck Gaming. I don't know if I know you that well that you can just handle my Diggler. That's a little, that's a intimate question there. You're making me blush. 7% mana steal. I like it. Less damage, but more mana steal. No attack rating. Oh, well, 28 attack rating versus... This one has 184 attack rating. Also has cold damage on it. Ooh. Yeah, definitely the superior of the two. Let's bring this Gothic shield back, and let's take a look and see what the... let's see what the effect is here. Where did I put that Diggler at? There's a Diggler. A Diggler on the ground for you. The Dirk of the Digs. So what's the set bonus between these two? We get 70 defense and all resistance is 8 with plus 10 strength. Not like super duper great or anything. Maybe if we had the helmet or something to go along with it, but I don't have the helmet. Plus, I really want that magic find at this particular point. The defense isn't terrible, if I'm being perfectly honest. Cathin's seal ring. Oh, why did I go back down here? I did not mean to go back down there. The Diggler of the Dirk. You're welcome, sir. Who doesn't like a good Diggler Dirk? Who doesn't like a good Diggler Dirk? You be careful with that Diggler Dirk. It's very sharp. It's extremely sharp, okay? It's very, very sharp. Ow, it was exploding on me. The Jewel of Virility. Look, we're making all these jokes about Diggler Dirk, and then I can find a Jewel of Virility. The Virility Jewel. Oh look, a Paladin Shield. All res 12, but lightning 32% and 15% faster block and 10% increased chance of blocking. Not a bad little Paladin Shield. It's too bad we don't really have any Paladins in our little mock ladder group, but that would definitely be a great little starter Paladin Shield. I didn't realize that was out of... It can't be out of identify scrolls. It's not allowed. Demons. Demons. I think Saigon's Shield is a little bit of a rarer one. I used to have so many Saigon Shields, though, back in the day. It was like the only +1 shield that you could have back in the day. So, like, everybody had a freaking Saigon Shield on, like, every character. It was like the shield. And it sucked, too, because not only did Saigon Shield not get any synergy bonuses back then, and it still doesn't, it had nothing else on it except for +1, really. It had a kind of a high strength requirement, especially if you were going to wear it on, like, a sorceress or something. Had no faster cast. Like, pretty much nothing to the shield except for +1 to skills. People still use it all the time anyway, because plus the skills was so freaking king. I mean, Silks of the Victor, Soges, Saigons, that was like a really standard build. You would see that all the time. I actually really enjoyed the Paladin back before they added all the Paladin-only, you know, specific shields. He had a lot of really fun choices. Oh wow, 15% IAS with 6% cold res. That's not bad. I could make a fun little jewel for a Merculurk. Did no Merculurk, but no Merculurk, but I'm like no Merculurk. Gold skin. If I had a gold skin, that'd be a nice one to find right now, to be honest. The all-res would definitely be a nice little combination. Fine, decrepify me then. It's not like I wanted to exist in this realm. It's not like I wanted to exist. Solo self-found character. It's a solo self-found here. Hey, my merc survived, even though she's poisoned. Oh, here they come, the fire demons. %9 better magic find with 11% lightning resistance. I think I have actually. I think I have actually saved that show. Stop knocking me back and stunning me. Oh no, your merc died, Squanticlaws. Your mercenaries did. Bailman, Bailman, Bailman. Light plate. Ooh, Heavenly Garb. Hell to the freaking yes. Love me a Heavenly Garb. These things are great. Absolutely great. Oh, a Spirit Mask, too. I wonder if that's any good. Feral Rage. Oh, doesn't look very good. Now I'm blue. I'm blue, ladies and gentlemen. I'm blue. Heavenly Garb always had that really pretty blue color to it.
Salutations.
That's a good find. Heavenly Garb is a great find. It's all res 10, regenerate mana, 15 energy, bonus damage to undead and attack rating against undead. Plus pretty decent defense, and I could upgrade it 1 tier relatively easily if I wanted to. Get a little bit of extra defense out of it. That should, the all res on that should help carry me into nightmare difficulty. It's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet digs. I'll be on for a little while, Dave. I go to work at midnight tonight, so I'll be on at least till then. Swapping for them doojanks, that's right. You got redemption as a necromancer? Did I just see redemption go off? It looked like redemption. Alright, let's head into Nightmare a little bit. I feel a little bit more confident now I've got the Heavenly Garb. And some other nice pieces of equipment. Might as well get my +1 skill. I can also farm a couple monsters in Nightmare for
Good day.
specific items.
I shall purge this land of the shadow.
I shall purge this land of the shadow. Stand behind her and find her. The shadowy, shadowy glow. Yeah, give me them potions for amp damage using monsters. What's up, Magnus Torgensen?
I hear foul creatures about.
I hear foul creatures about. Yes, the foulest of creatures. Oh, hello, Mr. Monsters. I'm gonna stab you in the face. Oh, do not come too close, or I'll hit you with my mace. I do not know what I will do until you are within range. But it's probably not going to be nice. No, it's not. In fact, I'm pretty sure it will involve some mice. What's up, Mr. Gargantuan Beast? Gargantuan Beast. What's up, Mr. Gargantuan Beast? Hey, a dimensional blade. Two socket. Oh, you know what I didn't do? See, I'm over here in nightmare difficulty, and I shouldn't be at nightmare difficulty. You know why? I didn't go do normal cows yet. I mean, come on, guys. I gotta go kill the Cow King at least once. At least one time. Gotta kill the Cow King. Isn't that right, Mr. Cow King? That's right, I have a Cow King plushie and you guys are jealous. I've got a Cow King plushie and you guys are jealous of me. That's okay now, 'cause you can't have him. He's my Cow King, yes he is. Moo moo moo, moo moo moo, moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo. Moo.
Perhaps now the sisters will trust me.
Whoa, Joe. Whoa.
Good day.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You can't just be talking about a man's diggler, okay? You can't just be talking about a man's diggler, alright? Let's back it on up. Reverse. You got a Shaco accidentally, Magnus Torgerson? Is that what I read? You got an accidental Shaco? That sounds like fun. Finding a Shaco early on in your ladder run would definitely be a nice boon to your character just in general. It's a great item. It's a great item. Definitely. Ugly as all get out. But, you know, it's a great item. Just ugly. Congratulations! You have obtained the ugliest item in all of Diablo 2. It comes with a whole bunch of features that you'll probably never use. It slices, it dices, it makes julienne fries. But worry not, as your friends are making fun of you for the absolutely garbage tier quality of the appearance of your armor. You will be excelling in quite a few categories. Another Cleglaws shield. I already have a Cleglaws shield. I don't need a second Cleglaws shield. If anybody wants that Cleglaws shield, you're more than welcome to it. I mean, some of the items that they had in the game were a little broken back in the day. They were a little broke. They did. Let's not be, you know, those guys that are like, wow, I wish I still had this X broken item. No, they were broken. Okay, they were actually quite broken. Let's just admit it. They were really broken. Grats, man. Grats. Langapans is a great pair of gloves. Who'd you killing all my cows? Who said you could kill my cows? Who said that you could murder my cows? Nobody said you could murder my cows. Ow, why is the Cow King immune to lightning in normal difficulty? It's a wolf head. You want a wolf head? Oh wow, 21% magic find. And they have repairs durability on them. And actually, honestly, they're not even that great. Does anyone want some 21% magic find gloves? They're not even that great, but they are 21% magic find, so I mean, there's that. Griefy the witch. He's a witch. Get him. How do you know he's a witch? She turned me into a newt. I got better. Moo 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 moo.
No.
Ow, stop being so rude to me. Hey, there's a pole axe. I wonder if it's ethereal. Let's check this pole axe. No, 2-socket, non-ethereal. You lost your chance cards? How did you lose your chance cards?
No. 2-socket, 12% ED. Not bad. Dorn. Take that. $29% magic find. Ooh. Hell to the yes. I'm gonna turn this ethereal plate into a stealth armor too. That should help out my merc quite a bit.
Let's get him Tal F. Actually, I don't have an F, do I? Or do I have an S? I do. Alright. Tal F. There we go. Here you go, Merc. Ethereal stealth field plate. Very, very nice. That should hold you over for quite some time. Pretty good defense on that. Yeah, I'm EST. But I mean, you might as well say I'm PDT, because if I'm playing according to the rules set forth by Bartholomew and that, I'm just kidding. If I'm playing, you know, according to their timetable, I'm going to be using their specific timetable. So I think it's about time I got rid of the chippies, which I usually do around this time. I mean, honestly, Speedyism, when ladder starts, I've actually scheduled vacation time, and I plan to be online pretty much as humanly possible. Probably 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18-hour streams. If you miss me during the ladder period, you're not looking. Like, that's kind of how I'm going to put it. Because during the ladder period, I'm probably going to be online like every single day, all day long. Probably getting yelled at by my girlfriend, but, you know. Please don't kill me. Might as well kill a couple targets while I'm here. Kill Shank and Eldritch and Pindle and stuff real quick. I'm here, I might as well just give another kill. Who knows, I might get something nice from him. Glaive could be good, depends on the stats. Garbage. That's one of the beauties of potentially leveling a throwing barbarian early on, man. You find a lot of throwing items. Like, I've just noticed just in general, like, I generally find a lot of throwing items on the regular. Claymore. Not really what I was hoping for. That's the Claymore, where you can meet your fellow man at the Claymore. That'd be an awesome name for a bar, don't you think? Just open up a bar and just call it the Claymore. And then you'd, like, tell your friends, you'd be like, where you going? You'd be like, oh, I'm going down to the Claymore. Has a dual meaning, too, you know, because Claymore is also, what is that, a mine? Mine used by the military. It's like a forward-facing mine, a Claymore. An anti-personnel mine, that's what they're called, anti-personnel mines. Arctic War short bow. Hey, a Tal rune. And a ruby. Get back to Nightmare, noob. Kyle just wants to watch me die. That's all Kyle does. He's like, die, sir. He's like, oh, did you die yet? Oh, you didn't die. Oh, let's get you in there and get you dead. He goes, hold on, I'll slap you on the butt. Psh, go in there and get dead there, sir. Here's a demon. Go play with that demon over there. Go play with the demons. The demons. What's up, Mr. Pindle? I heard you got a bindle. What's up, Mr. Pindle? You died and you suck. You suck. Yeah. Superior plate mail.
Fires. 1 to 2 cold damage charm. I already have a 1 to 2 cold damage charm. I don't need you. Alright, back to Nightmare. Bing 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 doo bum bum bing ba doo bing bum bing ba doo 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 doo. Man, you have 41 people in here and you only got 15 likes going. Y'all better hit that smash button. Smash the like button. Y'all some crazy fools. Negative 1% fire, negative 6% lightning. I am gonna have a really nice time getting mutilated by stuff. Come on down and stab me with your lightning strut. What does that have to do with smashing the like button, Joe? That's what I want to know. I don't care if you watch me at work. I'm not gonna tell on you. Like, you get to work one day and your boss pulls you into the office and he's like, Joe Olivo. We got a call yesterday from Ginger Gaming Mentor. He said you were watching his stream while you were at work. We're gonna have to politely ask you to quit, sir. You can't be watching streams while you're at work, and this is just proof in the pudding of why you don't belong at LLC Big Dog Corp, okay? You are not big dog material, and that's really all there is to it. But don't worry, you're going to have plenty of time to watch Ginger Gaming Mentor stream as a customer. We're promoting you to customer, okay? You're getting a promotion. Mr. NiNi's downstairs. I'm giving him a day off. He was getting grumpy at me yesterday. I'm giving him a day off. Mr. NiNi. He gets grumpy. I don't know what to tell you. It's just he's got a whole attitude. When he has an attitude, I just let him do his thing. I'm not gonna bother him. He can just have his attitude. I do feel like poison damage needs to be revisited in Diablo, definitely. I think it's because in the past it was like horribly broken, like OP, and they never could get it quite right. Then they beefed up all the HP of all the monsters, and they just kind of like forgot about it. They were like, poison, forget about it. Especially item poison damage. Like, any poison damage that comes from an item tends to be, like, really tiny. What's the new meta build? It's probably still hammered in, to be honest with you. I don't really keep up with the meta that much. I'm gonna go kill Bonebreaker, though.
I sense great sorrow and misery.
Join my army of the dead.
Why does it seem like she's freaking immune to lightning? Trying to stab you. Come here. Get stabbed. Oh wow, she dropped 6 piles of gold. That is not cool, Bloodraven. That is not cool. Toss the chinchilla around the room. They can't fly, Kyle. That's not how it works. You can't just toss a chinchilla around the room like that. I actually really don't like short poison durations. I don't know why, but it just irks my soul. Poison durations are like the anthema to poison. What's the point of poison damage if it has a super quick effect? I never really quite understood that. Like, I want my poison to last horribly long periods of time and to be obnoxious and like literally I want to poison you and I want you literally still to be poisoned like 10 years after I've poisoned you. That's how long of a duration I want my poison to last. I've never really understood the whole quick duration poison thing. Like, that seems like the exact opposite of what you would expect of poisons. I mean, you can't really build an Infinity Spears on. That's something that you're going to have to get your hands on. I mean, you can obviously respec to an Infinity Spears on once you get a Infinity, like 2 months into ladder or however long it takes you. Or if you're willing to open up your wallet and buy yourself an Infinity, then, you know, that also could be an option. Open up your wallet and buy some gear. Open up your wallet, but be afeared. Because we're gonna take it all, everything you got. We're gonna take it all, everything you got. Ooh, a Saleh. Absolutely an excellent find. Come on, good rolls. Good rolls, good rolls, good rolls, good rolls, good rolls. Terrible rolls, terrible rolls. Still better than the piece of crap I'm wearing. Hell to the frickin' yeah. That's a terrible roll, Rockstopper, man. It rolled like bottom on the cold resist, bottom on the lightning, and bottom on the fire. Like, it rolled as low as it possibly could on all 3 resistances. That is some sadness. That is like bottom tier garbage level Rockstopper Saleh. But you know what? The funny thing is even bottom tier garbage Rockstopper Saleh was still better than the crap that I had on. And I shouldn't be talking. Bonebreaker's good to farm. I might actually farm him a couple times. That'd be fun. I need to get the waypoint, though, first before I can farm Bonebreaker. Bonebreaker has some pretty nice drops, especially in Nightmare and Hell difficulty. And he's easy to get to, decent for EXP. Bloodraven's not as good for drops. I know she tends to be more on the trolly side of things. She really is. She's such a troll. I don't know why she's such a troll. She just likes to troll everything. I don't have as much luck with her as I do with Bonebreaker. But they're right next to each other, so, you know, you usually kill both. That's how it works. I also don't like how poison doesn't really like stack together properly. Like, I feel like all poison sources should just stack together on targets and just be absolutely annoying. Should just be like massive amounts of poison. Just keep bringing the number up. Just keep bringing it up higher and higher as far as I'm concerned.
It is true.
Moving on up to the poison side. No, it doesn't stack, Joe. Poison is weird.
So here, let me read it to you here. No poison effects stack. If the poison damage inflicted per second of a poison attack is greater than the poison damage inflicted per second of an already applied attack, the new attack will cancel out the old one. If the new attack inflicts less poison damage per second than the previous, the new poison is ignored. Now, if you have multiple poison sources on your character, like for instance, let's say you have a whole bunch of charms and those charms stack up to an effect, they do stack. However, they're separate from other sources of poison, like for instance, poison nova or poison explosion, or you know, there's a whole lot of different abilities that apply poison damage, and all of the poison sources are essentially kind of like unique unto themselves. And they don't stack with each other. So like if you had a poison nova necromancer in a group with a rabies druid, you probably would have a conflicting situation where the rabies druid and the poison nova necromancer would not be stacking their poison properly. Where I think they should, but they don't really quite work out as well as you would think. Now, poison nova does have a rather short duration. It's only what is it, 2 seconds or something like that? It's a rather short duration on Poison Nova. So it's not as bad as you would think, because Poison Nova generally kind of works its course relatively quickly, despite the fact that, you know, they would be overriding each other all the time. Poison Nova, yeah, it's 2 seconds, I remembered correctly. So Poison Nova is 2 seconds, and because Poison Nova is 2 seconds, it could potentially apply its full damage before somebody applies rabies or something like that to the target. But it's just, yeah, yuck. What sort of comms do I use? We'll probably be on Discord, most likely. And unless it gets like super rowdy and people can't control their mouths, I'll probably have everybody on here talking all at the same time. That's usually what I do. And sometimes I get annoyed with the entire process, but I'm being perfectly honest when I say that there have been people who joined chat before who don't know how to control their mouths. It's happened before in the past, and it'll happen again. And there's, and you know, I'll just have to do it. Yeah, I used to use Ventrilo a lot back in the day, actually. That was a pretty common voice chat program, but Discord is pretty much the one I use nowadays. Plus, I have my own Discord channel, so.
These stones serve some magical purpose.
As we start getting closer to Ladder 2, I might just start chopping into voice chat so that everybody can chat together. That'd be fun. That way we can talk about stuff. We can talk. When you attack with Zeal, the poison will apply to the target. Yes. However, what's up, beautiful lady? It's been a long time since I've seen the tape. I don't know. For all I know, I could have brought it into the car with me when I took that package to the post office. I don't know. I really don't know. For Zeal, it doesn't really work out as well as you might think, because you're hitting multiple times and you're applying the poison damage multiple times, right? But the poison damage has like a 8-second duration or something, or like a 10-second duration. Depends on what it says on the charms. It does add up and kind of have a different duration than you would think, especially if you have multiple different duration charms. There's a poison calculator you can find on the internet. Works pretty well for figuring out that kind of stuff. But like for Zeal, you're attacking so many times within a short period of time that the majority of the time you're just applying the same poison effect to the monster over and over again. And it's not stacking with each hit. So it's only applying once to the target. You're hitting 5 times. You're applying the same poison effect 5 times to the same target. But because the poison didn't actually run its course, it doesn't really help you very much. If you have Venom, though, Venom will actually bring down the duration of all poison to 0.4 seconds, which is very, very fast. And it can be more useful in a Zeal setup. Like if you wanted to build poison in a Zeal setup, Venom would allow you to apply your poison damage instantaneously, which is a little bit more effective with Zeal, because that way you can apply your poison damage instantaneously with each hit, because 0.4 seconds is obviously pretty darn fast of a duration. You can get Venom off of the Treachery armor, by the way. Shale Rune! Sweet. By the way, I have all the rune words and everything programmed into the bot if you guys want to hang out here during ladder and stuff like that. Because, you know, reasons. There's my superior spiked shield. Sweet. If anybody wants that Magic Find Millibrega's shield, you're more than welcome to it. I've got my Rhyme shield now, which is way better than Millibrega's by miles, which is what I've been waiting for this entire time. So if you're looking for a specific rune word, you just type in that rune word. So infinity. If you don't type it in right, it won't work. So like for instance, I messed it up. So infinity. There you go. And if I have a video on the rune word, it will also provide you a link to that rune word. And now I'm just reminded that I need to go through the process of updating like every single command, because some of them do not have the links in them like they're supposed to. Boo. I also have other things in here, like commands for, you know, crafting and things like that. I don't have everything, but I have most stuff. Like if you type in ! Upgrade weapon 1 or upgrade weapon 2, it'll show you the upgrade recipes. Same thing with armor. So like upgrade armor 2. Oops, wrong one. Yep, grief is in there. The bot has been set up with all sorts of stuff. You can also use the bot on the Discord as well. The bot is linked into the Discord. And the bot functions on both Twitch and YouTube. It's actually 2 separate bots because for some reason or another, my bot on YouTube and my bot on Twitch don't function on the opposite platform, which is weird. So it's literally the same exact bot with copied commands on both platforms. There's more that he can do, obviously. Lots of cool things. I've actually been trying to keep him programmed with all sorts of interesting commands. I need to get him, he's even programmed with the new items too. So like if you type in the new rune words, like exclamation point, Mist, like the Mist rune word is on there and stuff like that. So that's that'll be fun to play with. But obviously we don't get those rune words until Ladder comes out. We don't get to play with those in 2.4. Sadness. Oh wow, +3 summon Grizzly. Holy crap. You want a +3 summon Grizzly helmet, Ogbear? I mean, that's worth 35k at the very least, but +3 summon Grizzly certainly sounds like a lot of fun. Get you a big old grizzly bird. Add the big old grizzly bird, or the big old grizzly bird.
Hello.
Got all my Gemma-lambs. Gemma-lambs, Gemma-lambs everywhere. Gemma-lambs, Gemma-lambs, Gemma-lambs. Got all the gems. What's up, Treehead Buttfist? What's up, Butthead Treefist? Treehead Buttfist. What's up, my buddy? Treehead Buttfist.
What a strange looking tree.
Hey, Twitch, I saw that. I saw that Twitch fall. Freaking awesome armor. Freaking awesome. I love Twitch armors. God bless, I don't even have any room to hold on to it. I shall return. Frickin' Scroll of Infus, man. God bless it. I need to drop some of these charms. I'm holding on to a bunch of junk charms that I picked up while I was leveling that I really don't need anymore. You know what? I could drop Eisenhearts. Now that I've got the Rhyme Shield, I'm definitely not going to run Eisenhearts.
Ah,
I have translated the runes on this scroll. Oh, nice. Waypoints. I lose resistances, but quite honestly, it's worth it. If anybody wants the Heavenly Garb, it's actually a pretty good plate. But I am going to be using the Twitch because I'm going to socket it. I'm going to go socket it real quick. I will return. I will return.
What do you need?
Where's that jewel I found? I found a jewel. A really nice jewel. There it is. 15% increased attack speed with 6% cold resistance. Brings me up to 30%, 35% attack speed increase on that bad boy. Nice. Glorious. Glorious. He is indeed glorious. Alright, I think it might be time to get rid of my floods. Floods are hogging up too much inventory space at this point. We can move along. Yeah, it's definitely time to get rid of the floods.
Hi there. I'm Charcy.
I have made a video about Venom. I don't know if it's actually up yet, though, because obviously, you know, every time I make a video, they don't immediately go live. I think people generally dislike that, you know, because, like, just not a good idea, usually. But, let's see. I think Venom is coming soon-ish. Soonish. Looks like it's scheduled for April 7th. I haven't really done everything that I need to do on it yet either, so it's not quite ready. Yeah, but Venom is coming on April 7th, so look out for that. Final click on it, jeez. Wow, I think I did it wrong every single time. That was amazing.
It's as if a great war were fought here.
Oh dang, he teleported, you little punk. Don't you be teleporting from me. What part about it has you confused? The people speak out. What part about it has you confused? I can try and figure it out for you if you explain. I mean, I actually go over this in the video in detail. Kind of wish I could just release the video and, that'd be funny. I'll just take a break and I'll play the video. I'll just take a break and I'll go get myself a snack or something. I'll be back. It's actually not a terrible idea. I'll go get myself something to eat real quick, and then you guys can watch the Venom video. I mean, I haven't done like the thumbnail and added in the appropriate tags and all that stuff on YouTube yet, but you guys could totally watch it. Let's see here. Bink. Where are you at? Bink. There you are. Bink. Bink. Oh God, where is it though? That's the question. That might be a chore in itself trying to find it.
You guys got to realize that, like, I record a lot of videos, and then I have to edit the clips together, and I have to do all sorts of crazy things. So it's not always easy to keep track of everything, especially when I don't like have names for everything. Just so what is this? 1133-52. 1133-52. This one, I think. Alright, I'm gonna go get myself a snack, and you guys can watch the Venom video. How about that? I will be right back. Which does require a little bit of explanation. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the Assassin skill known as Venom. Venom is an odd skill, which does require a little bit of explanation for those of you who may be interested in using it. When you level up Venom, Venom has a poison damage which goes up, and it also has a duration which goes up. But the duration of the poison itself does not change. It stays at 0.4 seconds. 0.4 seconds is really, really short. When you think of poison, you don't necessarily think of, because that's how fast it is. Like, literally, when you hit somebody with this ability, it's instantaneous damage. Which doesn't make any sense in my mind, because you would think that Venom would be an effect that has a long duration. But it does not. Venom also has some rather odd effects when it interacts with other forms of damage. So when you add additional poison damage to your Venom ability, what happens is it forces that poison damage down to the duration of the Venom. Let me give you an example, shall we? So let's say, for instance, we had a poison damage charm. All right. So let me pull up my calculator here, because this is going to take some unfortunate math, which I'm terrible at. But we're still going to do it anyway, because, you know, why not? So here's my calculator. Pull this up on the screen here, and we're going to run some calculations. All right, so let's assume we have a charm that has 240 poison damage over 10 seconds, right? 10 seconds is a rather long period of time, especially when you consider that 240 poison damage over 10 seconds isn't really that much damage per second. If we divide out 240 by 10, we will end up with 24 damage a second, which is not really a lot. But Venom is 0.4 seconds. It's even less than the duration of the duration of 1 second. So we have to take this 240 poison damage over 10 seconds, and we need to divide it by, instead of 10, we need to divide it by 100. And you might be asking, well, why are we dividing it by 100? Because we need to break it up into individual decimal points, not seconds. We need to break it up into 0.1 second intervals. This is the easiest way to do this kind of thing, and we will have 240 divided by 100 equals 2.4 damage per second, per 0.1 of a second. So a tenth of a second, rather. Then we're going to multiply this by 4,
which is going to get us 9.6 damage. So the 240 poison damage small charm is only going to add 9.6 damage to our Venom ability. This is the really strange thing about Venom, is that Venom caps everything at its 0.4 seconds. And that is kind of odd. However, I have made a mistake already. And you might be asking, well, what is that mistake? Well, the mistake is that Poison Dagger, which is the one ability in the game that does not interact with Venom the same way that other poison effects do. So, Poison Dagger, which poisons over 11.6 seconds, the duration of the poison will be set to 12 seconds, so 11.6 plus 0.4. So we end up with an addition instead of a reduction. And the Venom will provide a total of 9,150 to 9,750 damage over that period of time. So what you have to understand is that just like in the scenario where the 240 poison damage charm was being forced into the category of the effect for Venom, Venom is being forced into the category for the Poison Dagger. So you have to take the numbers for the poison of Venom, and you have to actually add it to the dagger in much the same way that we just did the calculation for the Poison Small Charm, but in reverse. Now we have to do level 15 Venom, because the only way for a Necromancer to get Venom would be to use an item. Treachery is one such item that has a level 15 Poison Dagger, a level 15 Venom proc. So let's reset my character real quick, and let's bring up our Venom just to level 15, and that way we can get an idea of what our damage is. And we're going to run this calculation real quick. So we have 350 to... I was calculating in the plus the skills. My bad. There we go. So we have 305 to 325. All right. So let's run this on a calculator, shall we? All right. So here we go. We've got the calculator. Bink. Why is it not up on the screen? There we go. All right, so we have our 305 to 325 damage, right? Well, the thing here is that because it's over 0.4 seconds, we've got to divide this out and figure out what it would be over the full duration of the 12 seconds for Poison Dagger. All right, so we have to first get it to a second, which is the easiest way to do this, or at least that's the way I like to do it in my head, which is 325 divided by 4, which is going to give us our 1/10 of a second. And then we're going to multiply that by 10, which is going to give us the full second. So in a full second, Venom does 812 damage, 812.5. And then we have to multiply that by 12, which is going to get us our total number over 12 seconds. And as you can see, because of the way that Venom works, because of how short of a duration is, when you stretch out Venom over a longer duration, Venom does a larger amount of damage. But the problem with Venom is that it's only applied on hit and only for 0.4 seconds, which means that you would have to attack extremely fast to make Venom do the kind of damage that it can do when utilized with Poison Dagger. So having Venom on a Poison Dagger Necromancer is actually extremely good because it is going to add a rather large amount of poison damage to your effect. However, any other poison damage, as we just discovered, has to be reduced to the 0.4 seconds that Venom uses. Now, that's not necessarily a terrible thing. It's not decreasing the amount of poison damage that those of charms and items that you have dish out. What it is doing is it's normalizing it to that 0.4 seconds. It's the same exact amount of damage that it would normally do in 0.4 seconds. It's just only applying it for 0.4 seconds, which means that as a venom assassin or a person who is utilizing venom, you want to attack as quickly as humanly possible. It ceases to be about stab and run away like Poison Dagger, because Poison Dagger is over 12 seconds. So I don't want to stick around for 12 seconds. I'm going to stab you, I'm going to run away, and I'm going to let the poison tick down. However, because Venom only lasts 0.4 seconds, it's not about stab and run away. It's about hit as many times as you possibly can. Because every single time you swing, you're going to apply another 0.4 seconds. And every time you swing, you're going to apply another 0.4 seconds. And it's going to just rip down HP, because the 0.4 seconds is going to apply a massive amount of damage during that time frame. All poison damage that you have from any source is going to be added into Venom. So let's say, for instance, I was like rocking as many poison damage charms and poison damage items as I possibly could. So how big is the inventory? I mean, let's assume even that we take our Herodric Cube out, and the only thing we have in is a torch and an Annihilus charm. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times 4. So let's run these calculations real quick. So 8 times 4 plus 5 is a total of 37 possible locations for our poison damage charms. Let's assume that we have really nice poison damage charms. In fact, you know, let's look up a really nice poison damage charm real quick, just so that we're sure that we have a very nice one. I can never remember what the max is on poison damage charms. They're rather hard to come by in their highest form. And I do remember that back in the day, they used to be higher than others. In fact, if you guys remember what the highest amount was before they got nerfed, put that down in the comments, because I can't remember right off the top of my head what the highest number is now after they've gotten nerfed. But I have one here that's 313 poison damage over 11 seconds, and this is in Diablo 2 Resurrected, so I'm going to use this one. So let's assume we have 30, what was it again? 37. So let's assume we have 37 small charms, so toxic small charm of Anthrax. So 313 times 37 is a total of 11,581 poison damage, right? But it's over 11 seconds, which is not what we need. So let's find the second value. So divide by 11 seconds, which gives us 1,052 damage per second. All right. Then we need to find the 10th of a second value, which is going to require us to divide this by, 10 again, I believe. We have to divide this by another 10. All right, so we're going to divide this by 10, which is going to get us the second value, or the 10th of a second value, which is 105. We're going to multiply that by 4, and we're going to round it. We might as well just round it. So 421 is how much would get added to our Venom. And our Venom is currently at max. Let's check that real quick. At level 22, we are looking at 495, so we would add 495 to this. And we would be dishing out about 916 poison damage every 0.4 seconds. Now, don't be too dismayed by this, because if we can attack relatively fast, we might attack, 2 or 3 times in a certain period of time. And that's kind of the weird thing about Venom, especially when you're dealing with a dual claw assassin who is hitting multiple times, or maybe you have an extremely fast kick set up and you are kicking multiple times. You can potentially kick multiple times per second, and you could dish out some pretty nice damage. But let's, for instance, multiply this out by... let's see here. Let's figure out what this would be over 11 seconds, for instance, over our original value. So we would divide this by I think it's 0.4. God, these my math skills are not up to par when it comes to this kind of stuff. But we could very easily multiply this out. Trying to think here. Let's actually remove some of these large numbers off the side here. So just round it to 916. So 916 times Mr. Niece. I'm trying to do math here, Mr. Niece. 916. I don't know. I find it easier instead of multiplying it just to divide it out and get the individual numbers, because it just makes a lot more sense to me that way. So if we divide it by 4, we should end up with the 229 value, which is the 1/10 of a second, and then we can multiply that out by 10, which will get us the full second value, which is 2,290 over 1 second, and then times 11, which will get us to the damage of the charms, which is 25,190. And I don't know why I just didn't do it that way in the first place. I was trying to go some fancy route, and it just didn't work out very well for me. But as you can see, 25,190 over 11 seconds is certainly a lot more interesting of a number than 916 over 0.4. And this is the kind of odd thing that comes about with Venom, and why Venom doesn't really look as attractive as it actually is, because of course Venom does in fact have some oddities to it here in the way that it applies damage. And it's not without, cause, because as far as I'm concerned, when you're looking at something like this and you see that low number, you don't think in your head that poison damage is quick. You don't think poison damage procs relatively fast. All you think of is that's a low number, and that doesn't seem very high or very useful. Now, what could Venom potentially be useful for? Well, Venom can be useful in whirlwind builds. It can be useful in kick builds. It can be useful in all sorts of builds where you might necessarily want some extra damage. And poison, of course, also will prevent regeneration. But the problem with Venom is that poison does not prevent regeneration unless it is ticking. So basically how it works is there are individual frames. The game has, for instance, 25 frames, and 25 frames, each individual frame, something can tick. Either a regeneration can tick or a poison can tick. However, Venom doesn't have a long duration, which means that, yes, Venom will cause regeneration not to be in effect when Venom is active on a target, but because Venom is only active on a target for 0.4 seconds, you are more often than not going to prevent regeneration. Because the second that Venom runs out, which is literally 0.5 seconds later, they are able to regenerate. For every single frame that regeneration is not, or that the poison is not consuming those frames. The easiest way to look at this is that when you're in combat and you are fighting a monster, the monster will turn green. If the monster is green, then every frame of the regeneration is being consumed by poison. If the monster is not green, then that means that every frame is not being consumed by the poison and they can still regenerate. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we are talking about a venomous skill that apparently Mr. Nimoy hates because he doesn't want to sit still today. And as always, keep watching. That apparently Mr. Nimoy hates. Mr. Nimoy was being such a little rotten little turd while I was recording that video. And you guys wonder why sometimes I don't have him with me, because sometimes he's a rotten little turd. And sometimes I don't want the rotten little turd with me. Sometimes he sleeps in my shirt, and sometimes he's a good boy. And sometimes he's a rotten little turd, and that's exactly how it works, okay? Sometimes he's a rotten turd, and sometimes he's not. Sometimes you feel like a rotten turd. Sometimes you don't. Anyway, for the person who wanted to know about Venom, I hope that answered your question. You ate all your kids' goldfish? Well, you're in trouble, sir. What are you going to do when your kid wants some goldfish?
I guess you're just gonna have to puke up some goldfish into their mouth like a bird. You better get to bird puking. Here you go, honey. Here's some goldfish for you. I don't think I've ever really created a whirlwind sin. It's interesting because, like, when Lord of Destruction came out, I was so deep in, like, Amazons and Paladins and Sorceresses and everything else in the world. I didn't really make a whole lot of Druids and Assassins. I mean, I did make them, but, like, nowhere near as many as I made, you know, of the latter. I mean, I hope that's kind of cleared things up for you guys who might have had questions on how the venom skill works and how the poison, you know, is ticking and whatnot. And whether or not poison prevents regeneration. Maybe you always wondered why it seems like monsters are regenerating even when they're poisoned. I hope that has answered the question for you on why it seems like monsters are regenerating when they're poisoned, because they are regenerating when they're poisoned. Everybody will always tell you that if a monster is poisoned, they can't regenerate, but it's a lie. They can regenerate when they're poisoned. The problem is that they have to have all of their frames consumed with the poison to stop regeneration, and most poisons do not consume all the frames, and that's the problem. So when you see a monster is green, that's the only point at which all frames are consumed. And most of the time, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but when you poison monsters, they don't turn green half the time. So anytime that a monster doesn't turn green, they're not consumed with completely poisoned frames, and as long as they're not completely consumed with poison frames, they will regenerate. Open wounds is by far the better choice to prevent regeneration than poison, and they do stack together nicely. So, yeah, a lot of the times they'll just flash green. Like, they just flash green for a second, and then they go right back to the normal color. That means that you're not getting any regeneration prevention. Like, they've only been prevented for like a half a second while they flashed green and then went back to normal. Now, whenever poison is consuming a frame, regeneration cannot happen at the same time. So the game is based off of, what, 25 frames per second, I think, is what it is. And so if you were consuming 3 out of 25 frames, then the monster is not going to be able to regenerate for 3 out of those 25 frames. So it is still going to prevent some regeneration. It's just not going to prevent it entirely. But venom in particular doesn't prevent regeneration. Like, it's not a good regeneration preventer. Because it reduces the duration of the poison down to 0.4 seconds, that means that monsters are almost never green, which is part of the issue. So you really want to pair up open wounds or something like that with venom, because you're not going to prevent regeneration with that ability. Not enough, anyway. Not unless you're like some sort of just like absolutely ridiculous spamming god that can hit a target literally every single 0.4 seconds you can land a hit. And even then, you've got like poison length reduction and stuff like that, which is going to affect your poison as well. Nothing really ever works out quite as beautifully as it seems on paper. But you know how, like, so what's a good way to explain it? You know how with a elemental damage character, like if you build a Holy Fire, a Holy Shock, or a Holy Freeze Paladin, right? Your general goal is to attack as fast as possible because you're applying an elemental damage, right? So it doesn't matter how many times you attack, you're still going to apply your damage every single time you connect a hit. So even if you're using something like Diggler Dirk, for instance, which is a very fast ITD weapon with relatively no physical damage, you can still apply your lightning, your fire, your cold damage
faster, which means your DPS goes up, because of course the amount of elemental damage that you apply doesn't change, right? So think about Venom very similarly to the way that you would think about Holy Freeze, Holy Fire, or Holy Shock. It is essentially an elemental damage attack, just the same as those abilities. Applying the poison damage over 0.4 seconds essentially turns it into an elemental damage attack. And you want to attack as fast as humanly possible, just like with Holy Freeze, Holy Fire, and Holy Shock. Level up, my boys! Games that work out on paper, why play? You so funny. Oh, conviction. Ouchie. You take your conviction somewhere else, ma'am. Gotta remember to check these blue gloves and stuff. That could actually be pretty good. I'm gonna do a live stream, and my whole live stream is just gonna be me playing videos. People like, let's look at my Cranium Basher video. Just go out and take a break. Next, we're gonna talk about Crushing Blow, and just play my Crushing Blow video. This isn't a live stream. Oh, nice, Deviant Brute. That's pretty sweet. I just found the world's crappiest Rock Stopper Saleh, and I was really excited about it. Like, I'm not even joking. I was, like, super excited. I was like, Rock Stopper Saleh! Dude, look at how terrible it rolled. It rolled 25 cold, 22 lightning, 23 fire. I'm pretty sure that's, like, bottom rolls on all 3 elements. And I'm still excited that I found one.
What nightmarish tortures took place here?
I'm still excited. You know, it could be an interesting concept. A multi-shot Amazon that uses Venom. Crushing Blow, Open Wounds. Basically every single form of, you know, like, applied damage that could be applied in quick succession, like as fast as humanly possible, because the goal would be to you know, obviously just spam as many shots as you possibly could, and then you would utilize a bow which is like extremely fast, whatever bow that you can manage to get your hands on that's like the fastest bow in the universe, and you know, just spam multi-shots off in the distance. Maybe even stack poison damage charms just so you could bring your poison damage up even higher. Six hours of 8-man farming the council by Mephisto. Got like 6 tradable circlets. You can always gamble for some circlets too. Die, die, die. Die, 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 die. I'm going to have a lot of Theorycraft videos coming up soon, by the way, so look out for those. Those are going to be fun. I'm kind of hesitant to do the Theorycraft videos until we have a more of a, like, a lockdown on the changes for 2.4.
Because last thing I want to do is like build a character around something they did in 2.4 public test realm, and then come to find out they're like, oh yeah, by the way, we changed that, and I'm like, oh okay, well thanks, it just ruins my entire build. I really appreciate that. That's very nice. So when we get more of like a firm understanding of what's coming to 2.4, I'll probably start dropping some Theorycraft videos. Dead rogues. Ring. Terrible ring. So what do you think about a larger than 8-man team for ladder, Deviant Brute? I was considering this because the 8-man teams never seem to work out very well for me. What do you think about like a frickin' 16-man team, or maybe even a larger team than that for ladder? Maybe even like a clan endeavor for ladder, as opposed to just simply a single group. Carrot tops. I really doubt we're all going to be redheads, Kyle. Besides, you're going to join the group, right, Kyle? Right, Kyle? You're going to be in the group too, aren't you, Kyle? I'm going to stream snipe Kyle. I'll wait till he's streaming. I'm going to come stream snipe him. BYOC. Got it. BYOC. Bring your own chair. What's up, Randy? Quite a cool name you got there, Randy. Sorry, I just like saying Randy. I am a big silly head, okay? Just accept it. I don't think that they have any real actual restrictions on programs, but
This place is eerie.
I don't really run any external programs, so I guess I really wouldn't know. You're gonna lock the front door as soon as they're all in. You're not leaving here, boys. I got a brisket on the barbecue. I'm not really sure what I want to run yet. There's so many different choices, so many different fun things. I guess it really depends on how many people we have running in a group together. I mean, I do know that running a Conviction Paladin is just an absolutely amazing thing for an early starter group. It just really pushes the whole group faster, makes things a lot easier. But at the same time, you plan on half of them flanking. I think that's what I need to start doing. I need to actually just start planning on people flanking for my groups. I'll just be like, alright, let's get like 16 people ready, and then like 4 of them show up, and I'm like, good, alright, at least 4 showed up. We're nice. We're in the money. We're in the money. We're in the money. Come on down and let's go to the money. Throwbard looks really impressive, to be honest. I'm actually kind of excited about Throwbard. I don't know if I'd really want to build one, like, at the start of a game or anything. I feel like Throwbarb is one of those characters that you probably wait until later in the ladder to build. But, I was messing around with Throwing Mastery, by the way, which I don't know if my Throwing Mastery video has... I think my Throwing Mastery video is out. I did a lot of testing on Throwing Mastery, and one of the things I found out was that Critical Strike actually affects Throwing Mastery, and so does Deadly Strike affects Throwing Mastery. So the chance to replenish on crits doesn't matter where the crit comes from. It could come from the native crit on Throwing Mastery. It can come from the Peace Rune Word. It could come from Deadly Strike on an item. It can literally come from just about any source, and it will still regenerate the item. And I also found out something else interesting, which is that apparently crit procs without you hitting a monster. I was under the impression that you had to hit a monster for the crit to proc, but apparently the crit procs whether you hit a monster or not, which is something that's news to me. I never knew this. I never knew that crit procs separate from the actual act of hitting a monster. So like when you throw the weapon, or I guess like when you swing the weapon, it's automatically rolling whether you crit or not before it hits anything.
How's your toe ring?
Seemed a little odd to me. Just a little odd. But what this has essentially done, if you guys are unaware, is it's made the replenish quantity proc even if you don't hit a target, even if you miss completely, even if there's not even a monster nearby for you to attack, and you're just throwing daggers into the air for no particular reason, there is still a very good chance that you will proc a crit and regenerate. Well, I think the reason why it, procs before it hits a target is because I think crits can proc on more than just your attacks. So I remember somebody talking about this one time, is that you can crit a potion, you can crit a mana potion. Apparently you can crit potions, which means basically, ooh, nice find. Frickin' Spirit Shroud. Hell to the hell yes. Which means that you can crit potions, and obviously a potion doesn't have a target except for yourself, so it would probably have to crit before it actually hits a target. Stop shooting fireballs at me. Lava hope. Just found a frickin' Spirit Shroud, which I don't even want to use because I'm using a socketed Twitch throw with extra attack speed on it, but it's still a very nice piece of armor with cannot be frozen on it. You know what, I could probably throw this on my Merc. That'd probably be the best use for it right now.
Yes? I'll put that to good use.
That way she's got cannot be frozen. That should work out really nicely. Took a break. Y'all could go die in a fire with your stupid little lightning spam and your holy freeze too. Eat a large banana. I still remember this one time a long time ago. It's a pretty funny story. I'm sure you guys will get a kick out of this. It was a long time ago. I was sitting in the car with my cousin, and he's sitting there. We're on like a lunch break or something like that, and he's got like a packed lunch or whatever. And in his packed lunch is a banana. And he's eating this banana, and it just sounds disgusting. Like he's eating the banana, and it's just absolutely disgusting sounding. And after he finishes eating his disgusting banana, he turns to me and he goes, listening to somebody else eat a banana is the most disgusting thing in the world, isn't it? And I'm like, yeah, it's pretty gross. I was like, I'm going to be honest. It's pretty gross. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. It's pretty disgusting. And we both laughed. There you go. Funny story. Well, one of the things that's very interesting about the throw barb, which I realized is pretty cool, is the pierce, the added pierce, has basically opened up kind of like a new opportunity for a throw barbarian that was never really there before. So I'm sure you guys are aware that throw barbarians attack really, really fast, right? Especially if you combine it with frenzy, you can get some pretty massive attack speed bonuses. And one of the cool things about frenzy, or rather throwing items, is that like if you were to proc chance to cast items with it, like chance to cast items could work out really well. But of course, it never really worked out very well because they didn't pierce, which was part of the issue. But now that they do pierce, and you can get 100% pierce relatively easily, you could potentially have some pretty darn nice, like chance to cast effects on your throwing dagger barbarian, or your throwing axe, or throwing spear, or throwing whatever it is that you end up with. Yeah, night smoke. 50% damage taken goes to mana. Certainly a nice one. Oh wow, +1 elemental, +1 volcano, +2 hunger, +2 heart of the
This maiden
Wolverine.
shall inflict no more anguish.
Nothing really too great for me. The other thing is if you watch my video, you would know that ethereal throwing items are now viable. So non-replenishing ethereal throwing items can now be used on barbarians, throwing barbarians. So there's a whole slew of new options for throwing barbarians that never existed before. Any ethereal throwing item that you find at this point, even if it doesn't have replenish as quantity, can still be a good option for a throwing barb. God, Night Smoke is such a nice belt too. I got so many nice belt options now. I got frickin' Razor Tail. I got Night Smoke. I mean, I don't really need Razor Tail because I don't want to pierce his attack. Night Smoke might be better than Blade Buckle. It's kind of a tight one there. I think a really good combination for throwing barbs might be the Grimward Totem. I think that would be a really good combination for throw barbs, in my opinion. The only problem with the Night Smoke is that it's less belt slots, and I'd rather not give up my belt slots at this particular moment. But I'm not, like, super in love with the idea of Blade Buckle over the other. I really was just like a shale and a towel. If I find another shale, I'll probably just upgrade the Night Smoke, and then I'll use that instead. That way I have max slots. Blade Buckle has max slots. That's all I'm looking at. Grimward is goofy. It's such a good ability, though. It's such a sleeper ability. A lot of people don't use it because, yeah, it's a fear, and fears have a bad reputation in Diablo. But I'm gonna tell you, man, like that ability, especially the way they beefed it up, is super sexy for a lot of reasons. Oh, I got 3 items, 3 items, 3 items. No. I got 3 items. Oh yeah, got me a ruby. I wish I could play it at 8K. Deviant Brute, buy me a 3090 Ti, alright? I need a 3090 Ti, Deviant Brute. I'll put your name up at the top of all my videos. This video was sponsored by Deviant Brute.
How may I help you?
You.
Wish I had that. I'm still running a 1080. I really need an upgraded video card. I'm starting to notice the, especially when I was doing Elden Ring, the upgraded video card could come in handy a lot. Why is my, no reason to have 8K. I'm not spending 3K on a monitor. I mean, it's not necessarily about having 8K so much as it is, like, not having any lag in any other kind of situation. Like, back in the day when I upgraded to, like, my first 1080p setup, I didn't really have a 1080p monitor. I was using a 720p monitor, and it didn't really matter. I had really nice FPS on my 720p monitor. And then later on, when I upgraded to a 4K video card, I didn't have a 4K video monitor yet, but I was still running really nice frames on my 1080p monitor. And I happened to have a 144 hertz 1080p monitor at the time, and it came in really, really handy because I wanted to get as many frames per second as I could. I was really deep into the Counter-Strike Global Offensive world at that particular point in time. And I could run like 300 frames per second in Counter-Strike, which worked out really nicely for the input lag delay. Gave me a really nice advantage over some of the other players who were not running good setups. It's also about future-proofing. Like, when I bought the GTX 1080, it was totally overkill. It was overkill by miles. And I, at the time, probably should not have spent the money on this GTX 1080. I bought it when it was brand new. I got really, really good use out of it. I was like king of the field for a little while, and as the games got more and more difficult to render, my 1080 kept up, and that's kind of like the really cool thing. And I'm really glad that I did spend the money on the 1080 at this point, because now I realize that well, if I hadn't, I'd be in pretty poor straits right now, because I'd probably be still using the what was I using before the 1080? Oh, I was using a GTX 760. That was my video card before I had the 1080. It was a 760. And don't get me wrong, I do think the 760 was a decent card for its time, but it's no 1080. I'm gonna be streaming probably until about like 11 o'clock ish. Randy, I gotta go to work at 12, so. How long have I had my GTX 1080? Since it was brand new. I have the GTX 1080 Founders Edition. The Founders Edition. Attack rating. I swear computers are just like cars. You can spend thousands of dollars on a car, upgrading it, painting it, putting cool engine parts in there, getting like custom computer systems so you can modify individual settings, you know, tweaking the idle, putting in custom, you know, like high quality like spark plugs and all sorts of stuff, and literally like cars and computers are such identical things in terms of like sports enthusiasts, right? Because literally when you get into the sports enthusiast side of computers, you literally can just like go so deep it's not even funny. Like there's the car that gets you to work, and then there's the car that you spent like 18 years on, like upgrading little things, and it's got flames shooting out the backside and Pimp My PC. There needs to be a whole TV show called Pimp My PC. Instead of Pimp My Ride, you pimp my PC. I need you to pimp out my PC now. I want some gold-plated trim on this bad boy. Alright, I want the best GPU money can buy. I want 3 of them actually. Alright. Gold-plated, of course. Everything gold-plated. 24K, none of that 18K. Karat gold. Look at Deviant Brute. I gave him an idea. I'm sorry, Deviant Brute's wife.
Atma has been avenged.
It might cut down on the thermal transfer a little bit, but it'd be alright.
They say.
Greetings.
All the pins on the bottom are already gold plated. That's the funny thing. There's a lot of gold in computers, a lot of gold plating.
I've heard.
A lot of stuff is gold plated in computer parts. The pins, most of the pins are gold plated, the contact pins, traces, things like that.
Good evening.
Put some gold leaf on there. What the hell am I up to now? I mean, my character's coming together pretty well. I could definitely use a better weapon, that's for sure. Using a lot of magic find crap. See, that's where Deviant Brute's been. I was wondering where Deviant Brute was. He's gone in the world of high-end gaming. He's been working on his rig. He's been working on his rig. Working on his rig. Stone grip, heavy gloves, level 52. I can't be taking any outside equipment. This is practice ladder. There's a little like outside equipment, sir. I heard New World had a whole bunch of issues. Like, I really wanted to play it, but my nephew kept, like, sending me messages about, like, people getting, like, hacking the crap out of the game and, like, all these issues, and they had to lock down the frickin' auction house or something, and, like, no transactions were available, and, like, I don't even know. Like, I kept hearing horror story after horror story about New World, and I was like, you know, I'll just stay over here. I'll just stay over here. Mind my own business. I mean, I probably should have hopped on there anyway, but
Tell me your
I heard the
troubles.
queue times for launch were absolutely like atrocious. Just absolutely god awful. I have been having a lot of fun with Elden Ring though, despite all of its glitches. It surprises me nowadays that games literally still release in glitchy states. New World is butts? There's a butt? There's butts involved? What kind of butts? What kind of butts? Are we talking butts? Or are we talking butts? I mean, I don't think the PC really had anything to do with it, Deviant Root. From what I understand, the game wasn't utilizing the computers. That's what a lot of people were saying, is that literally the GPUs weren't running at 100%. The CPUs weren't running at 100%. That something was wrong with the game, and the game wasn't actually utilizing the computer properly. Like, and people were talking about increasing the settings on their computer to like the maximum possible, and upping the resolution, and like putting all of the settings on maximum just to force the game to actually utilize the CPU and the GPU properly. Because apparently the game was just like, I know you got that like giant horsepower thing under your engine there, but I'm just gonna not utilize it at all. Stop being so mean to me. I mean, basically that was the issue, was that the game wouldn't run anything. Like, even if you had like a crappy GPU that shouldn't technically even be able to handle the game, it still wasn't running at 100%. If you have a computer that shouldn't technically be able to handle Elden Ring, and it's not capping out your GPU and CPU, then something's wrong. Like, it should be capping out your GPU and CPU. Any computer that can't handle the game is usually going to end up running at 100% on both. Like a car stuck in third gear. They are miniature engines. What's up, Mr. Scavengers? Stab you in the face. What's up, Mr. Scavengers? Don't make me pull out my mace. I'm gonna shoot you with all the lightning bolts. I'm gonna shoot you with all the lightning bolts. Have a couple lightning bolts on the house. Oh no, Ogbear! Ogbear!
I can't carry anymore.
Chain boots.
I can't carry.
Ow! Why am I always picking up random crap? I've got the belt if you wanna pair them up, Ogbear. Get some nice attack rating bonus between the belt and the boots. You can probably lower down the speed of your fans, Deviant Brute. I mean, you probably don't need them that high. You should probably download a custom fan curve software and mess around with a custom fan curve. Set it up so that your system isn't eating so many resources. Custom fan curves are great. I mean, you can basically set it up so that if your CPU or your GPU isn't that hot, you can set it up so that the fans are basically off, and then as the temperature of your computer increases, the fans will increase in speed, and you can essentially set it up so that you know, they ramp up slowly with the increase in speed of your CPU. Most computers don't have custom fan curves, you know, like built into them. Ooh, that's not bad. Pretty nice amount of cold resistance there. I got like way too much poison resistance already. Let me drop that strength charm. Faster run walk charm. Oh, gasp. This ring kind of sucks too. Let me see if I can get you a link, Deviant Brute, for setting up a custom fan curve. I would recommend MSI Afterburner. It's pretty easy. It looks like this guy has a custom fan curve tutorial. He's got a big beard. It could be good. Here, I'll link this in chat. Custom fan curves are great for computers, especially if you want to reduce down the volume of your fans. They're pretty easy to set up. You know, just think about it as a custom response to stimuli. So, you know, like, you know, say your wife was in the house and it got really hot, she would walk over to the thing and adjust the dial and make it cooler. You know, and so like every single time the temperature outside increased, you know, you guys might bump up the air conditioner a little bit. And that's basically what's happening, is you're setting up a custom rule set of, if the temperature reaches this, the fans will be at this speed. If the temperature reaches this, the fans will be at this speed, and so forth and so on, until eventually you reach, you know, 100% speed with, you know, whatever temperature you consider to require 100% speed. 100% speed is going to be like your computer's overheating and dying, basically. I mean, I'm sure you got some high-end parts too, so you should have full control over those fans. As long as they're plugged into the motherboard. If they're not plugged into the motherboard, that might be why they're always on at full blast. Honestly, with 12 fans, you could probably cut them all down to like 20% speed and you'd probably still be fine. Because it's not about the speed of the fans, it's about how much air they're moving, and 12 fans are going to move a lot of air, even at low velocities. It is indeed. You can't really mess anything up with the custom fan curve though, so that's easy to do. And it should be really obvious if you're controlling the speed of the fans, because if they're as loud as you're saying, when you bring down the speed of the fans, it'll be obvious. They will literally like audibly go like, and you turn them up, they'll be like. I know you like my sound effects. Don't lie. I know you like my sound effects.
The Valley of the Snakes. Deep within the Valley of the Snakes, one Amazon knows no fear.
She said, I hope I know what I'm doing. Never mind. She doesn't know what she's doing, boys. You could play Diablo 2 and edit stuff at the same time. terrible. Hey, a Paladin Shield. Too bad we don't have a Paladin. Steel Clash! Great Paladin Shield for low levels. We have no Paladin, though. I mean, I could hold on to it just for, like, somebody if you want it. Oh, I forgot to identify that. +3 summon resist. Hey, it's a ring. Let me guess, a Cathins. It's always a Cathins every single time. When I get a Cathins, hear me shout. Leave that crap on the ground. I can't right now because I actually do kind of need a lifesteal ring, but I know he's spamming some shockwaves. Shockwave leading the way. Yeah, that's the cool thing about a really beast PC is you can do just about everything on the thing at one time. You can just anything you want to do. Multiple monitors. The only thing that really kind of gets messed up is sometimes when you have like programs that don't like being run on multiple monitors. I've come across those every now and then, but with the exception of those, it's usually alright. Elden Ring, by the way, doesn't like being run on multiple monitors. I don't know what's wrong with Elden Ring, but that game is like a pain in the butt cheek as far as like running it on multiple monitors. It does whatever it wants to do. Like half the time it would rearrange every frickin' program I had on my computer and like just change around what monitor they were on and like resize them, and like I'm over here just like, can you please stop messing up my computer? Please.
Hello.
Do I have any thoughts on new Diablo content? Probably not going to happen. From what I can tell, everything that I've been able to discover so far about Diablo and the way that they're developing the game is they're trying their dangest not to add anything new. Like, they're fixing things, that's one thing. They're changing areas, like the level of areas, or adding in the new rune words is not really like big changes. Most of the stuff that they're doing seems to be designed almost specifically around not making big swathing changes and adding new stuff. And if I can read correctly, what's been going on with the development team is that they've basically been placed under an order, from what I can tell, of do not change anything. That's pretty much what I can tell so far. They're basically like, do not change anything. We do not want anything new. We do not want anything added. We do not want any new quests. We don't want any new acts. That really kind of seems like the what they're going under right now.
Good to see you.
Slow to press the button. There were times, literally, Kyle, where I would literally press the button on camera, pull my finger completely away, and watch my character dodge a full second after I pulled my finger away. I mean, PvP is always an afterthought, and I can't really speak on PvP balance changes. Most games will not consider PvP first when they're making changes. Kind of excited about this Yari. I kind of want to see if I could make a rune inward in it, but it's a spear class item, so of course my choices are a little limited. Let me take a look over at Diablo 2.io and let me see what choices I could possibly put in this. Rune words. Diablo 2.io, by the way, is a great website. If you guys have ever taken a look at it before, but you know, I'll bring it up on camera. Why not? This is Diablo 2.io. It's made by a guy named T-Bling. We've worked together in the past. T-Bling is a really cool guy. This website has these really cool filters, which makes things like super easy. So you can obviously you could do like spears, for instance, and you can sort out items by their particular type, and you can really easily figure out like which rune words you could use for an item. Like for instance, I have a 3-socket Yari, so I can do 3 sockets, which immediately cuts down all the rune word recipes to 3 sockets, just like that. And then I could also go over here and I could go to item group and I could specifically say melee weapons. And so we've got 2 options. We've got Malice and we've got Fury. So the only one that I could put in there right now as far as melee only weapons would be Malice, which isn't really a good choice for a higher nightmare level item. I could also look for spears specifically. So there's pole arms, but this isn't a pole arm, it's a spear. It doesn't seem like spear's not on the list. Spears is not on the list. Huh. Maybe there's just no spear only rune words. That could be the case. Maybe there are no spear only rune words. But Infinity is going to be made in spears soon. So I mean that's at least one that works in a spear. And of course, that's not on the list because here we go. 2.4 data, patch 2.4. Well, poopies. Looks like he doesn't have the 2.4 items updated yet so that they're searchable. So in the future, probably when 2.4 hits or shortly before 2.4 hits, I'm sure he'll have it updated. He's been working on this website pretty hard. Poopy butthole? Don't be poopy butthole in Deviant Brood. That's just rude. Don't poopy butthole. No poopy buttholes. Okay, don't do that. I don't know. It looks like Malice is really the only rune word that I could put in there, and I don't really think that's going to be very effective right at this particular time, so I guess I'll just drop it on the ground. Oh, well. Oh, you guys are in a maggot layer already? Only reason I picked it up was because it was ethereal. Obviously, Ethereal being a nice base. I mean, Malice wouldn't be terrible to put in there, but I don't think it's going to be better than what I currently have on my Merc anyway, so. Just doesn't have a lot of ED on it. Malice doesn't have a lot of ED. It's only like 33% ED. It's pretty terrible. Oh, Spears got some love in the 2.4 patch. Infinity, Pride, and Obedience are all makeable with Spears now in 2.4. So look forward to that. Be excited. Infinity in a Spear is freaking awesome, by the way. If you guys haven't seen what Infinity is like in a Spear, it's freaking nuts. It's freaking nuts, my boys. Nuts. You know what? Just to plug my content at every opportunity. I've got a video on Infinity in a Spear, by the way. And it is really good. It is really good. God bless it. Why can't I ever type the word Infinity correctly? There. Infinity in a Spear for you guys, if you guys want to watch. I made it in a Spear, and I actually played around with it and had some fun. On a Lightning Zon, no less. It's freaking broken OP. Broken OP. Like, it literally is best in slot for a Lightning Spears on, like, bar none. If you're a Lightning Spears on and you're not using an Infinity, you're using the wrong weapon, because that Spear is so broken for a Lightning Spears on that it literally makes everything in the game killable. Not only does Infinity have a huge negative reduction in enemy lightning resistance, but also gives you conviction. It literally gives you everything you need in one nice, neat little package. Literally to the point where you don't even need to have any other negative lightning skill damage, or I mean plus lightning skill damage or negative enemy lightning resistance on any other piece of equipment. Any monster you come across that's lightning immune is like horribly weak to lightning, because you break it with conviction and then apply the negative resistance on the Infinity, and the monster is like in the negatives on lightning resistance as soon as you touch them. They've eliminated that completely, Kelby, but yes, the answer to your question is yes. In 2.4, though, it's no longer the case. They've baselined it. But in 2.3, as of right now, difficulty does have a bearing on their stats, and normal difficulty is the highest stats. So if you hire your mercenary in normal difficulty, you get higher stats than if you hire your merc in nightmare or hell difficulty. And hell is the least stats of the three. But in 2.4 they fixed that. Now they're all the same stats, and you can hire all mercs in normal difficulty, nightmare difficulty, and hell difficulty. So you can hire Holy Freeze mercs in normal, which is pretty cool. Thorns mercs in normal, which is pretty cool. That's actually one of the reasons why I might actually consider doing a Necromancer, because Thorns in early game is pretty darn beast. In fact, you know what? Zoo Druid might be really fun. I'm heavily considering a Zoo Druid. Zoo Druid could be the moneymaker for starter ladder. If you guys have never played a Summon Druid before, Summon Druids have never been exceptionally amazing characters. I will never try to fool you into thinking that like a Summon Druid beforehand, like in 2.3, could have taken on, you know, like Hell Bale or something like that, because they were terrible at it, even with the best of equipment. But in normal difficulty and nightmare difficulty, a summon druid actually doesn't have any problem at all, like, with anything. Like, they pretty much just walk through content. And, I could totally see, especially with the ability to grab a Thorns Merc in normal difficulty. Honestly, you could probably build a Zoo Druid that could literally just roll through normal and Nightmare difficulty with absolute ease, and then maybe respec later. Got all my jammies, the jammy jams. I got some jammy jammers, jammy jams. Got some jammy jammies, I got some jammy jams. Jibbity jam. I got some jammy jams. Jam. Who don't like them jammy jams? Yes, technically the Act 2 Might, Act 2 Holy Freeze, and Act 2 Thorns Merc have gotten a buff since you can hire them in normal difficulty, which means that their stats are going to be equalized with the other Mercs, the ones that would have had higher stats. I know they said they weren't buffing the Act 2 mercenaries, but because they equalized the stats across the board, they did in fact buff the Act 2 mercenaries. Even though they stated that they weren't, they still did anyway. Which is kind of funny, to be honest.
Impossible.
Hey, yeah, Dr. Mario. That's a good theme. Hold on, let's see if I can do it more precisely for you. I don't know. That might not be quite right. It's been a little while since I played Dr. Mario.
Approach and let's trade.
NES, by the way. NES.
Greetings,
Jaren. Into the harem we must go. Find all the big old monster. Oh yeah, that probably shouldn't say that. I'm not really sure about the whole copyright thing, like as far as like singing random songs and making up your own words. I mean, I looked into like Weird Al Yankovic, like that's a good thing. Weird Al Yankovic is a good way to kind of like use as a metric. Weird Al, he does like parodies of songs all the time where he makes up his own words and uses the same music. And from what I understand, he doesn't have to get copyright permission for any of the stuff he does. Now, I do know that he specifically goes out of his way to get permission in advance because there was like an article on it one time and they talked about how Weird Al didn't actually have to get permission, but they were talking about how he did go out of his way to get permission anyway, despite the fact that he was basically told by his copyright like lawyers or whatever that he didn't actually have to get permission. And what that kind of says to me is that if you're not actually singing the song, like the actual song as it's written, that it doesn't really matter. Like it has to be exact. It has to be like an exact representation of it. And even then it has to be like more than a couple seconds. Like it can't be like just like a tiny little snippet of it. It's got to be like a certain duration past a certain point. I don't know. There seems to be a lot of leeway Not really quite sure how to put it. I mean, I guess if the song doesn't actually have any music or words to it, then it's a different story. But exactly, they're not actually the song. They're parodies of the song, and as long as it's a parody, then you're fine. So don't sing the exact thing, I guess. You'll never hear me sing the exact thing, and it's not even because I'm not trying to sing the exact thing. It's usually because I don't remember the words. Or I'm deliberately making up my own words as I go along, which I think is the funnest part of doing stuff like that. I love making up my own words. Like, you could do the Pokemon theme song, and you could be like, I want to be the very worst, the most terriblest there ever was. I want to sing horrible songs that make people cover their ears. And I will travel across the sky, searching left and right. Every person's ears will bleed as I sing my terrible songs. I don't know, being a YouTuber though, I've discovered a whole new disturbing world of the copyright industry, which is basically anybody can claim that they own a song, whether they really own it or not. Like, and you can get copyright notifications for songs that are technically not owned by anybody, despite the fact that people are claiming that they own it. And apparently, like, the copyright system involves this, like, sort of like upload procedure where, like, you upload your song, like your version of the song essentially, and you basically go like this, I own this, right? And you tell everybody that you own this, and then you don't actually own it, but it doesn't matter. You've told YouTube that you own it, and so then YouTube will then start telling everybody else who plays your song that you own it, and will copyright strike people despite the fact that you don't actually own the song. And then you have to do like counterclaims and all sorts of other stupid stuff against these people that are uploading that they own a song that they don't own, and it's silly. Auld Lang Syne, you know, the New Year's song, you know, let old acquaintance be forgotten old. You know, I can't remember all the words, but it's a really old song. It's like it's so old that it's literally public domain. Like, it's hit public domain. So there's no copyright at all on the song. And despite the fact that there's no copyright at all on the song, it's literally so old that you can't copyright it. Like, literally, when you upload a video that has that song in it, half the time you'll get a copyright claim from the company saying they own the song, despite the fact that no one owns the song anymore. Coming on down to the summoner, gonna kill him and oh no, Ogbear. I think we picked the correct path. Whenever you see the little thing that goes down like this, you know you pick the correct path. Oh Lord Jesus. I don't have enough resistances to sit here and tank the summoner's OP spells. Tank the summoner's OP spells. It's a terrible polearm of terribleness. You should feel bad. Oh yeah, every time I hear what's that one song that the restaurants always play? You know, like when you go to a restaurant and they want to sing you happy birthday, but they don't sing you happy birthday because they can't sing that song because it's super copyrighted by some terrible people who hate your guts. Anyway, they sing that other song, the one where you like clap really fast and you're like, it's like, which I probably also can't sing because that one's probably also copyrighted. Ah, the world of you can't say that. You know what it reminds me of? There was this episode of Futurama. I love Futurama, by the way. You are technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. In Futurama, there was an episode where they had discovered these little critters, or like that were eatable. They were like popcorn chicken or something, and they were like looking through the list of possible like name copyrights, and like every single name that ever had existed had already been copyrighted, and there was like nothing that they could name it. And they kept trying to come up with names that they could possibly name these new, like, creations. But there was, like, nothing left. And eventually they found one word, like, in the English language that was close to what they wanted that wasn't already copyrighted. And they just named it that, because that was the only one left. They were like, well, this one hasn't been used yet. Like, eventually it's just going to get to the point where literally every single sound that you make will be copyrighted, and you just, like, you try and go on YouTube and you, like, say hello, and you get a copyright strike. Hello has been copyrighted by the company Hello Inc. No longer can hello be used in public language without paying at least 10 cents per hello. And you're like, well, crap. Crap has been copyrighted. Like, people speak in a different language just simply because, like, the English language, like, every word in the English language is copyrighted, so they're speaking, like German or something just because. Where's my staff? Didn't I put you in the thing, sir? Oh, yeah, that's right. I might have to... I forgot, yeah, press the button. Gotta press the button, guys. God, press it. Looking for Schmale. Looking for Schmale. Get him, Fiona, get him. Slow him down. 30% slow effects. Get him. Don't let him talk to you any kind of way. You can't copyright common words now. In the future, though, when the corporations take over. When the corporations take over.
This is not good. Will this madness ever end?
The problem with NFTs is that you don't really own it, though. Like,
Oh, you tell me your troubles.
it's so hard for me to understand the whole concept behind NFTs because that you don't really own it. Like, imagine, if you will, you married a wife, okay? You got with this girl, you married her, you put a ring on her finger.
You have done.
Okay, but she sleeps around the town like literally the town bicycle, okay?
How do I?
And she's in like every guy's bed that ever existed, like whenever she wants to be in any other guy's bed. And she's about as much as your wife as she is your neighbor's wife. And like that's kind of like the whole concept of NFTs is like you put a ring on this picture. The picture is technically yours, but everybody in the world has a copy of your picture. Like, and although they have a copy of your picture, they don't technically own the picture, right? But you technically own the picture, despite the fact everyone can have a copy of this picture. And it's got to be the silliest idea I've ever heard in my life.
Yes?
The town bicycle. Bing, bing. I mean, this is a practice ladder character. It's not like I'm really using the best equipment to hide on the room, but you're more than welcome to take a look. I'm pretty much just scraping together whatever I can put together. So far, I've got myself a rhyme shield and a 15% ED base, which is certainly nice, but, you know, hardly the greatest thing in the world. A pair of 27% magic fine boots. I found a 16% nagel, a blade buckle plated belt, 18% nagel, some ethereal 22% magic fine gauntlets. I imbued, I think, I found these. I imbued another pair. A +1 with 7% mana steel and some nice attack rating. A twitch, which I socketed with a 15% IAS jewel. A really crappy rockstopper sallet, which I found. Super excited about that. And a 29% magic find amulet. I also have some really crappy charms. Nothing really all that great. Just whatever I picked up and didn't think was a piece of garbage. Well, that's the really weird thing, Kelby, is I actually read this article one day, which basically revolved around people stealing, essentially, like influencers or YouTubers or, you know, like people who do videos like on a regular basis or whatever you want to call it. Like a picture of them or something, or like their logo, or like crazy things like that that they obviously own. Like if I had a logo, like my logo right now, somebody could steal my logo and turn it into an NFT and sell it to somebody. Like what the heck is that even, like there's no way that that's allowable at all. But you could totally do it right now because everything can be turned into an NFT basically. You could take a picture of your brother and you could turn it into an NFT. You know what it reminds me of? Did you guys ever watch Johnny Mnemonic? Did you guys ever watch Johnny Mnemonic? Please tell me there's somebody in chat who's watched Johnny Mnemonic. Please, 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 please. Otherwise, I'm gonna go on deaf ears with this one. Thank you, Hide On Room. I appreciate it, man. You're always welcome to play with me sometime, man. Alright, so we got some people who've seen Johnny Mnemonic. If you haven't seen Johnny Mnemonic, shame on you. You need to go watch it. It's a Keanu Reeves movie. Gotta watch it. Okay, so Johnny Mnemonic. In Johnny Mnemonic, he got a huge amount of data uploaded into his brain, okay? And the key to open up the file was 3 random images taken from the television. Let me see if I can pull this up, because it'd be kind of cool. Johnny Mnemonic. So basically how it worked was the data in his brain was locked with a key. A cipher, if you will. And the cipher was 3 random images taken from the TV at the time when he was being encoded with the data, essentially. And it's almost like the precursor to NFTs. because essentially the data was locked behind the images, and the images were required to open the data. And without the exact image, you couldn't unlock the data. And I can't find any of the images, which is kind of sad. The only one I can find that's even close is this one. I think that's one of the images. Save. Bink. There we go. I'm gonna pull this up on camera for you guys, cause I like you guys enough to do this. Take time out of my day. Where's my Johnny Mnemonic picture? I just saved you. Where's my where are you? Where'd you save to? Don't be saving somewhere weird. There it is. Johnny Mnemonic. Bink. So this is the scene in Johnny Mnemonic. So they pulled all these images off the TV, and he's trying to figure out what the images are so that he can unlock the data. And one of the images was this lady's face. That was one of the images that he had to have to unlock the key. And that's what NFTs kind of remind me of, is the Johnny Mnemonic movie where he's trying to unlock the data in his brain. Because without the images, he can't unlock the data. But what do the NFTs actually unlock? They don't unlock anything, do they? Like, as far as I can tell, it's just like, oh, you own this. Now, if the NFT actually unlocked something, if like it was needed to unlock like a vault or like a digital code to get your money or something, like it'd be like, oh, here's your wallet. Like, to open up your wallet, you need this picture, and you like scan the picture on the thing or something. Like, and that's how you get in. Like, it would be like a security code, so to speak. Like, you need these 3 images: a picture of a chinchilla, a picture of a dog, and a picture of your wife. And like, you put like beep beep beep, and you put your 3 pictures up there, and then it opens up your wallet. Terrible, right? My thing about the NFTs though is who verifies that you own it? What's the verifiable source? I mean, if I was I could sell an NFT in 6 different countries under 6 different people, and who's the one who's verifying that this is owned by a particular person? Like, there needs to be some kind of centralized database of who owns this particular object. And if there's not, then you could just sell it to 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 or 20 or 30 different people, and they technically would all own it. Dated bill. Claim it like Americans claim land. That is the weirdest statement, considering that it wasn't the Americans that claimed America; it was the Europeans that claimed America. It was from the United Kingdom. Then the colonies formed. And then after the colonies formed, then the United States formed. God, I kind of want to wear these. Get some lifesteal, 10% lifesteal. Hell yeah. I lose my magic find, but whatever. It'll be alright. I should probably keep the boots just so that I can use them later on. Actually, if I could find one more piece of Saigons, the gloves, I could probably get the 30% increased attack speed and the magic find, couldn't I?
Well, praise you.
Oops. Totally accidentally went to Act 2.
You should be.
Well, that's the other thing that bugs me, Hightor, is that you can technically have two images that look identical that technically would still be, ooh, Saigon Skates Garlands. Well, thank you, sir. And now I get some magic fun. I guess I don't need these anymore. You could technically have two items that are technically identical, like to the eye, but not identical in terms of, like, their data, which means that you could technically sell the same image 2 or 3 or 4 times. I mean, it's true. Forgot to actually get my potion from Alcor. I don't get how they handle any of it, to be honest with you. Like, it's not the same thing as owning a painting. Alright? Like, for instance, if you own the original Mona Lisa, you know, that is something that is verifiable. You can have somebody come along, you can have them check the painting for its authenticity, test the paint for its age. You can go through the process of all these things to verify that you indeed do own the original, you know, genuine article of the Mona Lisa. But with a digital picture, there is no original, really. I mean, if there ever was an original meme, it's been lost to time, like a long time ago. If there ever was an original picture, it's been copied and duplicated multiple times, probably before it ever got into your hands. You know, unless you're going to create a, like, signature which is non-copyable, this would be interesting. You would create a signature that is non-copyable, and that signature, even if someone were to download your image, for instance, the signature would not come with it. But then the signature could be faked. I guarantee you there would be a way that the signature could be faked. Okay, so let's talk about that for a second. So let's say I'm an artist, all right, and I create a digital picture. I upload my digital picture onto DeviantArt. Somebody takes my digital picture and turns it into an NFT, which has happened, by the way. It's already been recorded that people have been stealing images and turning them into NFTs and then selling them. I'm the original artist. I'm the one who created the image. My image was the first, but the NFT is now sold to somebody else who now owns it. I'm not screwed. That's illegal. You cannot take my product and turn it into something and then sell it to somebody. That's illegal. DeviantArt has a license agreement on it that when you post your thing, there actually is 2 or 3 different licenses that you can post your image under, and those images that you post on DeviantArt are copyrighted under things like the Copyright Commons law and things like that. And this is a perfect example of somebody taking something that isn't theirs and turning it into an NFT, and then the NFT verifying that this object is the original, despite the fact that it's not. And then what happens? If you can verify that you're the original owner of the image, does the person who bought the image then get stripped of the image, and then they lose out of the money, and then it's just basically one giant big scam? I mean, the whole thing sounds like a scam to begin with. Ooh, ethereal 7%.
I am overburdened.
God bless it. I don't have any mana. They're just stealing every bit of mana I have from me. Give me my mana back, you little mana thieves. Looking cloud stalkers. Which one of you has mana burn, you little mana thievers? High IQ chat today. That's right.
Good evening.
Nice, Jazilla.
Hello.
Congrats, man. Thank you, Fuzzy Muppet. It's always nice to have Muppets for fans. They make good fans, by the way. Hey, where's that Necromancer that we was just in here? Because this is a really nice wand for what he was building. Sort of fish. I don't know. I'll hold on to it just in case I see it again. My thing with NFTs is this. If you are going to pretend that any image or anything can be like associated with a blockchain or something like that, then the creator of the image owns the original blockchain, bar none. So if I create an image, and it doesn't matter if that image is put up as an NFT by someone else other than me, that image is immediately mine. As the creator and the owner of said image, it is mine. And if they don't do that, then they're already in the scam level territory. They're already scamming people. Because if I'm an artist who creates original artwork and I have posted my stuff on the internet and that stuff gets changed into something else, then that is a scam. If I'm a YouTuber or a Twitch user, or maybe I do Facebook gaming or something, and somebody takes a still from one of my videos and posts that up as an NFT, again, that's stealing. That NFT belongs to me because that is my property. Those things are basically already owned by somebody and should not be able to be then transferred into someone else's ownership. Take, for instance, a funny video. Okay, let's look at a funny video. There have been cases where a funny video will go viral. Somebody will post it on YouTube, or somebody will post it on Facebook, or whatever's going on, right? And a company will approach that person who posted the funny video and buy said funny video from them, then owning the video, and then they can post it wherever they want to. They can take clips out of it. They can do all sorts of interesting things with this video, but not until they actually own it. And so that's why a lot of the times, even if a layman, like somebody who's never made a video in their entire life, they post a funny video on Facebook and it gets like 10 million views, and then a company approaches them to purchase the video, they are purchasing the rights to the video so they can use it from hence forward. And that's essentially what we're talking about with an NFT, is if you take something that's not yours, like for instance, like my logo, for instance. I have a logo that I use on all my YouTube content. It's my Ginger Gaming Mentor logo, right? Let's say somebody took my logo and just turned it into an NFT. At what point in any morality would that be legal or moral? It's not. Blah, blah. Which, by the way, I did pay for that. My logo to be created. That's like saying, I went to the store to buy something. I bought it with my own money. I went to my house, put it up in my window. Somebody came into my house and took the item out of my window. But because I didn't register the item with the police beforehand, it's not considered theft. That's basically kind of what you're saying, the people speak out. That literally it's not theft because I didn't go to the police and say, hey, this object is mine beforehand. My poor Merc got absolutely murdered by these gloams. And I can tell you for a fact that if that happened, it would probably end up in a legal case, and the legal case would prove that that's not the way it works.
Hello.
Like, if somebody's art got stolen specifically and turned into an NFT and that person pursued legal actions, I guarantee you the judge would find in their favor. I always love the name Dragon Shield. It always sounds so cool. Every time I see one, I'll pick it up, even though I know exactly what it is. I'm like, Dragon Shield, yes. Yeah, Shield of the Dragon. Trump got a Burninator. Bitcoins are a whole different thing, and I understand Bitcoins. Bitcoins make sense. There's nothing wrong with Bitcoins. Bitcoins just have a different thing backing their currency. That's all. Ooh, that's nice. Ooh, that's very nice. That's a very nice charm. That's a very nice charm.
Yes.
So, let me see if I can explain this. That'd be fun to talk about. We talk about all sorts of weird things on here. You guys get the best of the ginger. So let's talk about Bitcoin for just a second, all right, and what actually Bitcoin is supported by and why Bitcoin works. So to understand how Bitcoin works, you have to understand how dollars work in the first place. So why is a dollar worth a dollar? Like if you have a U.S. dollar, why is that actually worth a dollar? Well, it's backed by something, right? So what is it backed by? Well, it used to be backed by, a long time ago, it used to be backed by silver, and then eventually it was backed by gold, and then eventually it was backed by platinum. And as of right now, it's not backed by anything hard like a valuable item. The U.S. dollar right now is backed by work. It's workforce. It's essentially the entire workforce of the United States. That's what it's backed by. Most countries' currency is backed by its country. So, you know, at any given time, you can bring the entire force of the United States to bear to represent the money. And that's why paper has value, because there's always something essentially backing it. So what is backing Bitcoin? What is the thing that backs Bitcoin? Why is Bitcoin worth money? Most people don't even know what the hell backs Bitcoin. I wonder if any of you actually know what backs Bitcoin. It's the miners. The miners are the ones that back the Bitcoin. So Bitcoin miners represent basically the force behind the currency. And the way they have it structured is the miners essentially handle all transactions. So every single transaction goes through the miners. They increase the difficulty of the transactions as time goes on. As hardware increases, they make sure that the difficulty of the transactions always stays relatively the same as the current hardware needs. That's one of the reasons why it's gotten more and more difficult to mine Bitcoin over the years with the same hardware, because they constantly adjust the difficulty of the Bitcoin to represent more and more difficult and more, you know, powerful hardware. So as the hardware increases, as the video cards become better, as the CPUs become better, the transactions essentially stay the same speed because they're increasing the difficulty. And the encryption process has to be constantly dealt with. So when anybody wants to make any kind of Bitcoin transaction, it has to go through the miners. If I want to transfer 5 Bitcoin from my wallet to somebody else's wallet, it has to go through a Bitcoin mining transaction. The miners have to solve the transaction and transfer the currency. And so essentially the miners are the reason why the coin is worth anything at all. If there were no miners, the coin wouldn't be worth anything, and it would just collapse into nothingness. Same thing with the United States. If there was no workers, if there was no force, if there was no intrinsic value behind the money, you know, like, hey, this is the United States, this is what we're capable of doing, so forth and so on, then there would be no value to the money either. And of course there is value to the money because there are people behind it. There is a workforce, there are companies, there are all these things that make the money worth something.
Good day.
Bink, bink. But what is backing NFTs though? That's my question. I still haven't figured that out. I've done a lot of research into NFTs, and I still can't figure out what the hell backs NFTs, or why they're worth anything at all, to be honest. In fact, I think it's probably a symptom of Bitcoin's success, is that the companies have fallen into this kind of illusion that everything can be as valuable as Bitcoin in the sort of like encrypted online data market, and that's just patently false. Not all Bitcoin is created equal. Not all digital currencies are created equal. Not everything is going to be as valuable as a Bitcoin, even if that's what people would want. I kind of kicked myself in the face because I was a miner back in the day with Bitcoin, and I had quite a few Bitcoin saved up in a wallet, and I have no clue where that wallet is. It's on a really old hard drive somewhere, I'm sure, that I've probably thrown away at some point. I think I had like 2 Bitcoin. Maybe. I think maybe 2. I'm pretty sure I had a full Bitcoin at the very least. Now, one of the things that has happened because of Bitcoin, which is surprising, is during this whole war thing with the Ukraine and Russia is they found out that Bitcoin can be used to bypass economic sanctions. So Russia is apparently using the Bitcoin system to basically safeguard its money during the process of all this, because Bitcoin is not a currency that is run by a country. The United States dollar is, of course, linked to the United States. The Russian, the Russian currency is linked to Russia. The European currency is linked to European, and so forth and so on. And there's a decentralization to the Bitcoin currency, and this decentralization has enabled something that was probably never possible before, which is the ability to essentially convert money that would otherwise be, devalued. Because if the currency of a particular country is being devalued, then you can't really buy anything with it, and that's the whole kind of basis of an economic sanction, is that you have this penalty. But if you're basically saying that I can convert all my money to Bitcoin beforehand, and then use the Bitcoin to buy product and convert this Bitcoin into other forms of currency, I can essentially avoid the economic sanctions almost completely. Ow, stop burning me. Quit it. Quit it, quit it, quit it. Rude. For a max damage, attack rating, and lightning resistance. I do like lightning resistance. How much lightning resistance do I have? 21%? Eisenhardt sword. Honestly, that already happened a long time ago. That was the funny thing about Bitcoin, is that it wasn't accepted as a currency for a very long period of time. There was a joke like a long time ago about a guy buying a pizza with like 2,000 Bitcoin or some crazy number like that, which is, of course at this point is worth a ton of money. Alright, Dave, you have a good night, man. It took a very long time for Bitcoin to be accepted as an actual currency. Still mad at my brother for convincing me to stop mining it. I still to this day remember my brother saying the words, it's not worth the electricity cost that it costs to mine the coins. He goes, you're never going to get the value that you would out of them. You're just wasting your money or something like that. I can't remember exactly his statement after that, but I do remember him specifically saying it's not worth the electrical cost, essentially, of mining the coins. And like if I had continued mining the coins, kept up with the wallet, and like done a good job, like actually keeping my wallet like on my computer, which I didn't do, I probably would have had like 10 or 15 coins by the time they blew up and be a frickin' millionaire at this point. I was totally into that mining thing too. I had my computer running like non-stop. I was blowing up my dang video card for it. Blowing up the dang cart. I remember I tested out all sorts of things too, like multi-processors and like I remember back then it was like the only things that it really did any good for Bitcoin mining were GPUs. GPUs were really the only thing that worked well. CPUs were terrible at mining. Good thing I didn't, because you like my videos. You know, things might have gone a lot differently if I was a millionaire. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I would have started YouTube earlier if I'd made lots of money. Maybe.
This dagger will separate the faithful from the fallen.
Oh, I wouldn't have invested any money in it. I would have just sold whatever coins I could, you know, had mined myself. Such an odd ring. It's not bad, actually. Not get lost in the chat. I actually don't look forward to the day that I have too many people on here. My channel's growing, and it always seems to grow every single day. I mean, I don't know when I'll get to the point where I won't be able to reply to you guys, but that'll be a sad day. It'll be a sad day when the chat's just scrolling by so fast that I can't deal with it, and I'm trying to reply to somebody, but I can't find your reply in chat and stuff like that. I don't really look forward to that day. I like actually talking to you guys. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. I like Diablo, and I can't rise above it. Killing all these demons, it's just what I do. I like it. I love it. I really gotta poo. I don't actually have to poo. That was a joke. I have a lot of base humor, okay? Really low-brow fart jokes and stuff, alright? So welcome to the channel. What's up, Dan Denton? It's kind of a cool name, Dan Denton. It's not bad. Doing alright. I gotta go to work here in a little bit. I was actually thinking about hopping off, taking a quick nap before I actually went in to work, because it's gonna be a long night, but I don't know. I'm not sure. It's a surname? It just sounds like your name could be like the name of a TV show or something. Up next is Danny Denton. Dan Denton takes on the reality. Next time on Dan Denton, we'll find out all about his sordid love affair with Jessica Rabbit. I'm gonna level what vocation to get him? Hopefully I'll be gone, Hitor. Hopefully I'll be gone. Always at the... I need to get to the city at least. I gotta get out of this jungle. I gotta get out of the jungle. I do not belong in here. I just want to leave, but I cannot leave because the bridge is apparently bugged. Wow, I can't go across the bridge. That is really strange. Look at this, guys. I can't get across the bridge. Oh, wait, look at that. Was it FPS? I think it's FPS. 63? I can't go across the bridge. I am bugged. La 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 la. Is there something there in the way? Like, that's new. That is new.
Good day.
Never been stuck on a bridge before like that. Dink. That's because Neelafak came up with NFTs, Hitor. Neelafak came up with it. It was his idea all along. All along. I don't want Gleam Scythe. Gleam Scythe sucks. I do want to hang on to this dark glow ring mail, though. Could come in. Oh, now I could cross the bridge. Alright, whatever. That's cool. Just, you know, just glitchy, glitch, glitch, glitch. I don't really know what happened there, but I'm not gonna complain. I don't really know why I lost my hair, but I'm not really gonna complain. Zombies and monsters every frickin' where. I don't really want to play with them. Let me out of this place. I will go on a race all the way to that place at the beach that time. At the beach that time. Hey, that's a waypoint, boys. The jungle is the worst, the worst, the worst. The jungle is the worst, the worst, the worst. Maybe I should do a video on the jungle and why the jungle is the worst. Could be an interesting video. Like, hello guys and gals, and welcome to the evil jungle with mosquitoes and horrible, horrible gnomes and demon monsters and butt maggots. Have a good night, Joe. Butt maggots. Well, I'm making no progress whatsoever. Hey, I fall this diamond though. Over here, perhaps? What's over here? Baskets. Everybody's always got baskets. Little basket weaving, little basket weavers. Who weaved all them baskets? I want you. Them little tiny hands. You ain't weave no baskets. I don't believe you weaved a single basket. Lies, all lies. They used to say back in the day, they're like, what's your degree in? Oh, I got a degree in underwater basket weaving. Didn't matter what your degree was actually in, just as long as you had a degree. Your degree could have been in fly taming, for all they knew. You'd just be like, yep, I got a degree. I got a bachelor's. I got a bachelor's in earthworm taming, alright? It's a very impressive bachelor's, alright? Don't you, even for a minute. Do I think the patch will stop the crazy rust? I mean, yeah, you can't skip Act 3 anymore, so it's definitely going to slow it down quite a lot. I mean, it'll still happen. You can still rush people. It's just not going to be anywhere near as quick. They're going to have to go get the heart. They're going to have to go get the eye. They're going to have to go get the. They're going to have to go get the brain. And the people who are map hacking and the people who are cheating and know the locations of those items can do it relatively quickly. But for those of us who don't know the location of everything and aren't map hacking, the process is going to be rather slow. So. Act 3 is definitely going to throw a wrench into the plans. Although I have no doubt they're going to see if they can find a new way to glitch it out. Who knows? They might discover a new glitch to get around it. Something else that will have to be patched out eventually. Oh god, that's a lot. I have to ask you guys to sit down. And lightning strike is good for large groups like that. Works really well on the large groups. That's why it's nice to have charge strike and lightning strike, because you can swap and swoopy back and forth between them as much as you need to. Charge strike is really for single target, and lightning strike is really for multi-target. Lord, get in the cave. Hello, spiders. What's going on? Hello, spiders. Them rosters.
I can't carry anymore.
I'll take that eye, sir. Alright, guys and gals, I gotta get to work at 12 o'clock, so I'm gonna take a short nap before I get to work. I want to, get a tiny little bit of a nap before I go into this night shift. I'm off, though, the rest of the week, so Wednesday, although I will probably be sleeping most of Wednesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'm off, so we're going to be having a lot of fun, so feel free to tune in. For those of you who have made it this far, I will reward you by giving you an idea of the videos that are coming tomorrow. So give me just a second here, and I'll look up my list. My unique item that I have tomorrow is Blinkbat's Form. It's probably an item you guys have never even seen before, so that should be fun. Mimic Tier is my Elden Ring video. I've been trying to get all those stream clips out. I've decided to just put them out one a day. Mimic Tier wasn't exactly a hard boss, but it was a fun one. Kind of copies you and uses your own abilities against you. And then for the skill that I have tomorrow, it's going to be Decoy, the Amazon ability Decoy. That's tomorrow. And then on to the 7th, which is Thursday, I have Moonfall, the Inquisitor Giza, and Venom, which you guys, if you watched today, you actually already saw the Venom video. So so congratulations. I've got a lot of stuff coming up, though. Tons and tons and tons of stuff. I actually I plan to record a whole lot more, believe it or not. I am busting butt to get ready for 2.4. So all right, guys and gals, I will see you tomorrow. And as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching.